Sports, eh?
Oh, he's copped a head right to the nuts. Tedesco's butt crack.
Ahoy!
He's nearly taken security's head off.
I have no idea what the wasted world of sports is.
There I am. Ahoy! Wasted world of sports, magic round. Are we not excited? I'm excited. Terrence Amos, ahoy! Sky Finks, Dan Jam, ahoy mate. Gamer Boy 210, Chris Webb, ahoy. Gamer Mel, Burko, ahoy there. A bit dark in here, isn't it? We're a bit dark tonight. Hang on. I reckon if I move that light up. Sorry, that took way longer than I was anticipating. Just to move a light. McGregor Orchard, ahoy! The James, ahoy, mate. That's a little bit better, though, I think. At least. I don't know. I feel better about it anyway. Skyfinks asked Dan, what is Magic Round and why are all the teams playing at Suncorp or Queensland? Well, you kind of just answered your own question in a way without even realising it, Skyfinks. Magic Round is that one round a year where all the teams get together in the one stadium. That stadium will be Suncorp for the next 3 years. Officially announced today. Magic Round will continue to be at Suncorp Stadium. Speaking of which, I forgot to put the Suncorp background up. Oh, God. One of the most important things of Magic Round, of course, is what? It's at Suncorp Stadium. Lo and behold, I forget to put the... There are talks, Skyfinks, of having a Magic Round New Zealand, a Magic Round Sydney. But at the moment, it's working very, very well in Queensland, so I can't imagine why they would change it anytime soon. Gerard Susu, ahoy there. Defunk, ahoy. Hey, Defunk. 4-leg multi tonight. All right. Now, what am I doing? Ah, the backdrop. Background. We want the Magic Round. Crucial part of Magic Round is, of course, Suncorp Stadium. There we go. Well, that's a terrible photo of Suncorp Stadium. All right, have we got a better photo of Suncorp? You can barely even... Well, actually, no. I've got to say, at the top of the stands there and the seats are pretty indicative that it's Suncorp. Anyway, do I have a better Suncorp photo? I don't know. Maybe I do. I'm sort of running out of time because we're about to get underway in this one. No, that's a shocking photo. That's even worse than the one that I had picked. Cancel, undo, go back to what I had. But that'll just have to do because the game is getting underway. Skyfinks asks, why can't you show the match on the screen? Because I do not have, unfortunately, I do not have, like, billions of dollars to pay for the broadcasting rights, you see. Otherwise, I would. If I could afford the broadcast license, I would do it in a bloody heartbeat. How amazing would that be, honestly, to be the only YouTuber that had the license to put the gameplay on the screen as well? Wouldn't that just be amazing? I mean, talk about exploding the channel right there. But of course, it would cost a couple of $1 million at least. If not billions. So that's the reason why nobody legally shows the game on the screen. Usually not a question I answer, but Sky thinks you've been a regular and a supporter of the channel, so usually I'll just ignore that question. Here we go. Ricky's Green Goblins, the Canterbury Bulldogs, the much improved Canterbury Bulldogs. We're underway, Magic Round, and it's the Goblins with first use. A little bit of a disappointing turnout, all things considering, but I do see a very, very large portion of green jerseys in the crowd. This, I mean, it is supposed to be technically a home game for the Raiders, so good to see their supporters, I guess, out in force. But we are, of course, on the Bulldogs tonight. Let's go, Bulldogs. Let's go, four-leg, same-game multi. Big defense from Kickoff early. Stay hunky. Ahoy there. Ahoy, stay hunky. Formerly Ivan Storm, I'm gathering. Fifth and last, Raiders get the kick away. Decent contact on it. But Connor Tracy's there to take it on the full. Well positioned, as every good fullback should be. Reece Walsh, take notes. Magic Round is just a compromise to Queensland because they will never hold a grand final. Well, there's that too. There is that as well. Oh, actually, I'll tell you what, the old Panther has thrown through some Magic Round trivia. I'll save that for him on Sunday, though, for the Generations vodcast. Both teams get through their first set. I mean, honestly, the Raiders should not be doing as well, as well as they appear to be doing at the moment. I'm still waiting for their downfall. From dummy half, Levi, down the short side to Strange if he could have got that ball free. It was try time. The James, I've gone Bulldogs. Weeks, KO Sports Weeks puts it high. Tracy bobbles it and loses it, and it sets up for Xavier Savage. Wow, that's a disaster for the Bulldogs. It's great for our same-game multi, and it's great for the Raiders. And it's also great for the Sharks because this is the guy that they let go. Connor Tracy, former Shark. He made a complete mess of that. Oh, dear. Did you tip all away teams, Dan? No, I tipped the Broncos. I've got the Broncos beating Manly later tonight. DJ Shaq says Raiders 3 from 4 in Magic Round, Bulldogs 0 from 4 in Magic Round. Yeah, not particularly stats that bother me too much, DJ Shaq. Especially the Bulldogs. The Bulldogs and Raiders both have completely different squads over the past 3 or 4 Magic Rounds. I think the Broncos might be undefeated at Magic Round, the James. So they're the most successful home team. Actually, the Dolphins are undefeated in Magic Rounds. It was their first one last year, and they absolutely tonked the Sharks. But then again, I still say that Suncorp is not the Dolphins' home ground. Being that they're from Redcliffe and all. Conversion successful, and Ricky's Green Goblins taking full advantage of that early mistake from Connor Tracy. That was a big mistake. If I'm Cameron Serrato, Connor Tracy's getting taken straight off the field, but then I would be a terrible coach. There'd be no players left. UFC, ahoy mate. Yeah, 100%. DJ Shack says, looks like Connor Tracy, even without the Sharks jersey, bears some of the Suncorp curse. Now it's loose for the Raiders out the back. And the Bulldogs, oh, they almost come away with it. Raiders do well to hold on. Fifth and last. The kick from inside the 40. Connor Tracy takes it. A sarcastic cheer will surely go up from the crowd. It's gone up from me. I thought about, wouldn't it be funny for Wasted Water Sports to gate crash one of the... Wouldn't make ourselves too many friends, but I'm saying like gate crash Fletch and Hindy at the Caxton or something like that. Controversy creates cash. That's what Eric Bischoff says all the time. Marnie from dummy half. Bulldogs up to halfway. They're going to run on the fifth here. Crichton to space for Carraz. Gets the kick away. Taken to the back well by Kotrick. And the Raiders leading 6-0 early in this one. What Ricky has got there, Ricky doesn't have the squad. I think that's a fair assessment of the Raiders. They're going through a rebuild. But what they're doing extremely well is just the basics. They're not a fancy team. It's just one out, simple one out stuff. Hold the ball, one out. Hudson Young, hold the ball, one out. Complete sets. Get the kick away. Just state of origin level stuff. Basics. Fifth and last here. 30 out from the line again. Raiders go high. Pressure on at the back. Tracy under a lot of pressure here. Does well. Considering how much he ballsed up that earlier kick. He's done extremely well there. Yes, the James rightfully points out Ricky signed on till 2030. Which is interesting. Signed on as head coach till 2030. I mean, considering he's not won anything for the Raiders, it's interesting. But then, there's a few coaches in that position, isn't there? I suppose it all comes down to who do you bring in? Fifth and last from inside the 40. Burton gets the kick away. Taken on the full by Savage, who then slips. Oh, this turf is going to be chopped up something fierce by the end of the weekend. That Sunday night game between Tigers and Dolphins, I can only imagine what this field is going to look like. It'll be torn apart like, well, I shouldn't say. Tackle four now for the Raiders. Nick Kotrick still going. Oh, how good is it to get an early leg of the multi ticked off? Xavier Savage. Kick out, flies up out of the line. Missed the tackle, but luckily had support there. And a penalty. Oh, it's a knock on. A knock on. Is Xavier Savage a Blue or a Queenslander, James? A Blue. Maybe he gets into the extended squad just for the learning experience. I'm a big fan of an extended squad. Just bring them in to training in the lead up. Have absolutely no intention of using them for a couple of years, but just get them in and around the squad, understanding how Origin works. I certainly wouldn't be opposed to that. There is absolutely no room for him in the main squad, though. I mean, let's be honest. Kick out. Can they make the Raiders pay for that mistake? Maxi King, up over halfway. No panic here from the Dogs. A try off a mistake. Okay, there you go. He was born in Cairns. Where did he play his juniors, though, I suppose? Kick out, loses it. That's a loose carry, Raiders ball. Viliami kick out was well wrapped up there. And Ricky's Green Goblins, they're starting to get that belief. It's that belief that we saw in the final 10 minutes against Manly the other week. And that has got to be alarming for the Bulldogs. Hey! Oh! It really is magic round. A full stubby open on my disc. Penalty to the Raiders. Oh dear. This is not a great start for the Bulldogs. KO Sports Weeks finds touch. 40 out from the Dogs line. A big chance here for the Raiders. Down the left-hand edge. Hudson Young gets the arm free, offloads. It's still alive. They're close to the sideline, dangerously close, and now they're over. And that is a statement in defense from the Bulldogs. What was up with that play, Canberra? Tackle one. They love attacking down that left edge. But honestly, on tackle one, that close to the sideline, .75% completion rate for the Raiders. I would have, well, I suppose that one just knocked it down, didn't it? I was going to say, I thought it would have been higher. Canberra are the underdogs, the James. They are they're the Warriors. The Warriors last year are the Raiders this year. Nobody expects them to do any good. Penalty now to the Bulldogs for a leg pull. Comlock Sapai, ahoy there. Go Bulldogs all the way through. Good penalty this one. They needed that. Matty Burton puts it into touch. 30 out from the Raiders line. Can they answer back? Manly Broncos coming up after this. The Broncos away game against Manly. That contract's coming up, apparently, as well. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. The Broncos may get a new opponent on Magic Rounds. Lined up to the left here, the Bulldogs. It's tapped down by the Raiders. That'll be 6 more. No, says the referee. Whoa, jeez. Interesting call, that one. But it's still there for the Dogs. 5th and last. 15 out on this left-hand side. I did tip the Broncos, James. Burton with the crossfield kick. It's high. There's pressure on the take. What a take by Xavier Savage. Even with Walsh out, especially with Walsh out, because they'll actually have some defence at the back for once. Walsh being out just firms the Broncos as favourites for me. It's going to be... Kevy Walters is going to wonder what the hell's going on, having somebody who can defend at fullback. Cobbo's playing fullback, I believe. Fifth and last. Solid purchase on that. I might be wrong. I often am. Even though I'm on top of the Wasted Water Sports tipping contest, I am quite often wrong. I had to combo him in my multi because I was a bit concerned about him scoring tries from the back. Selwyn Cobbo. Corn on the Cobbo. Corn on the Cobbo, fullback, yes, I thought so. Down the right-hand edge they go, the Bulldogs. Stephen Crichton plays the ball, 40 out from the Raiders line. Solid defense. 5th and last, 40 out. It goes to Hutchison. There's no kick chase, really, though. The Raiders let it bounce. This could go anywhere. It's lost by the Raiders. It'll be 6 more tackles for the Bulldogs. Can they keep this alive? Curran. Out it goes to Bronson Sherry. Sherry just needs to draw and pass. Pops it out to the Fox. And the Fox is in touch. Oh, Josh Adokar. That would have been the second leg of the multi. That can't be challenged either. That can't be challenged. How close that must have been. Yes, the right call there by the referee, it looks like. Robert M. Ahoy. 2 try scorers each, really. So, doesn't really matter. But I want the Bulldogs to win for the Wasted Water Sports tipping contest. I've got a 7-point lead out in front that I need to maintain. Madeline Suzette, ahoy. UFC, you will overtake me in the tipping comp. Interesting. It's I don't know. UFC, how to feel about your level of confidence when you're so far behind. I guess it's admirable. Got to have confidence, right? But yeah, what? I'm 7 points clear. I think maybe 5. Maybe I'm 5 points clear on top of second place. And be humble, Dan, says James. What about the guy I'm responding to who said, no question, I will overtake you in the tipping comp? I'm not allowed to answer him with equal levels of authority? Come on. Through the hands now, the Bulldogs. Burton dummies. It almost opens up for him. The Raiders just holding on here. The Bulldogs starting to look good. They've got numbers to the right. Curran holds onto it, and now the Bulldogs lose it. And the Raiders have it on halfway. Jeez, what a turnaround that is. It was on out to the right. Curran decides to hold onto it and run. And suddenly the Raiders, rather than being stretched down the right-hand edge, they have the ball with zero tackle on halfway. That's huge. That is a big turnaround. A big turnover. Raiders staying down that left-hand side. Well, it's a long competition, so there's certainly opportunity. Now the Raiders spill it through Joseph Tapani, and that is a huge let-off for the Bulldogs. It is a long season. There's plenty of time for people to come back. That's for sure. But there's also absolutely nothing wrong with me saying just how well I'm going. Robert M says, so far, Dan, I have the margin. 6 points. Nice. Yeah, it really doesn't bother me for the multi who wins this game. Let's just see lots of tries. And now an early mistake. And again, it's close to their line. Sebastian Chris will slide over. The Bulldogs are absolutely destroying themselves here with these errors. Canberra have scored 2 tries. They have not earned a single one of them. Traditionally, it's been straight off errors and an open line. I better say traditionally before Raiders fans get shitty at me. Sebastian Chris slides over. And we go all the way back to halfway. That turnover, Josh Curran made the wrong call. It's certainly not his fault. Absolutely not his fault. But if he continues to run right rather than straightening, and that's what makes the playmakers, right? That's what gets them the big bucks, because a playmaker sees that. A playmaker sees out on the field what we see on the TV. We see a 3-on-2 overlap. Run to the right, draw and pass. They don't see it out on the field. That's what brings the big bucks to the playmakers. Try confirmed. This has been a bizarre game. Rapana puts it over from right beside the post. 2 Bulldogs errors have led directly to 2 tries. And the Raiders lead 12 points to 0. Incredible. Yeah, BWS specials. They're doing cartons of pure blondes for $50 flat, or $40. Can't remember. It's not bad. I've had worse beers. Go down well. Got a bottle of Captain Morgan's out there for Sunday. Or tomorrow, actually. Michelle's joining the streams tomorrow. I might have the Captain Morgan's tomorrow. Lord knows that you need the hard stuff when she's around. Right? 5th and last here for the Raiders. The kick down to Tracy. Tracy taken by Danny Levi. And the Bulldogs on the back foot here. The Raiders have been given more than a sniff at this one. I can't believe of all the games, though, I would have thought surely she chooses the Broncos. 9. But, yeah, interesting. It's an interesting call because tomorrow night's games are Sharks, Roosters, Bunnies, Cowboys. No team in this game so far has been on the attack inside the opponent's 10-metre line. How insane is that? In a game where we've got 2 tries already, no team, not one single play of the ball has happened inside the opposition 10-metre line. It's the Raiders back in Bulldogs territory. 5th and last. They're in striking distance again here, the Raiders. KO Sports Weeks puts it over the top, and Connor Tracy's been doing extremely well since that first mistake. The Norwegian beers, $11.50 for a 6-pack. Usually when I drink beer, I go for Japanese. Your Asahis or your Sapporos. Also, I believe it's Chinese, Qingdao. Of course it's Chinese with a name like that. Mildly racist, I suppose. The kick from inside the 40 from Matt Burton. Didn't find the 40-20, but he made some good meters there for the Dogs. The greatest beer ever, though. Hammer and Tongs. Now that's a real man's beer. A real cheap man's beer, but a real man's beer nonetheless. Josh Papali'i. God damn it. Jeez. A quarter of the way through the first game of Magic Round, and I've already ballsed up somebody's name. And like a key, unmistakable player at that, to boot. Bloody hell. It's going to be a long weekend. Back in the day when we used to party after gigs and stuff and we'd be out of money, we'd get the hammer and tongs. Rapana goes through. Pressure on the Bulldogs' defensive line again. It's on out here to the left. Strange puts the grubber kick in. It takes a big spin off to the left. It beat everybody. "14 minutes to go till half-time. The Bulldogs absolutely rattled here. Magic Round. Maybe Connor Tracy has indeed brought the Magic Round, well, not the Magic Round curse, but the Suncorp Stadium curse upon the rest of his teammates. That ball wanted to go to the Caxton. We shall name it Dan. I reckon it would be hilarious to photobomb Fletch and Hindy show or something. It would be so funny. Anyway, honestly, I'd much rather be here in the comfort of my own home on a Friday night watching the games on TV. Inside ball. Connor Tracy goes straight through. Here's a chance for the Dogs. He looked the wrong way, Tracy. He had Reed Marnie on the inside unmarked. And Connor Tracy spills the ball. All of this is just going to build the Raiders, their confidence, their belief. Connor Tracy had Reed Marnie unmarked on the inside. Big mistake again here. The Bulldogs, they just keep making errors. Oh, Tarpany, very lucky to not be in the bin here. Not yet, James. Got to schedule it in, and it has to be a day that I've got nothing on so they can actually come in and do the work, because I'll need to shut the studio down for the day, which means it can't be a regular 9 to 5 work day. Yeah, it's going to be a tough one to plan out, that one. $11 and a half to go till the break. The Bulldogs have had a first 40 minutes to forget. Addo-Carr's under the high ball, takes it, beats one. The Fox is away. He's got support. He does on his own. He's gone on his own and he's been wrapped up. That's got to be a penalty for the slow play of the ball. Bronson Sherry was unmarked on the outside. Another wrong option from the Bulldogs, but they're still on here. 10 minutes 40 to go. Burton's wrapped up. Tackle 2. The Fox, Josh Addo-Carr, what was he thinking? Pass it to Sherry, unmarked. Oh, they're destroying themselves here, the Bulldogs. This is painful. Kick out now. Goes straight through the first tackle. They just, when I said hold on to the ball, I kind of meant don't drop it. They are still allowed to pass. Now it's on out to the right. Burton finds some space. Goes straight through. Burton, well wrapped up by that man again, Xavier Savage. 5th and last. Hutchinson, he's wrapped up, gets away, keeps the ball alive. The Bulldogs bobble at the back. It's been kicked from the Raiders in an offside position. It was a huge advantage from Klein. Foul play penalty. On report, too, for an alleged trip. Take the 2. Get some points on the board, honestly. Oh, they tap and go. Denny Levi it was. Moronic douchebaggery. Ahoy there. Curran backs into the defense in front of the post. Bulldogs on tackle 2. 9 minutes left till the halftime break. Marnie to Max King. The crash ball. They're close. Centimetres short here, the Bulldogs. Tackles up their sleeve. Hutchison to Connor Tracy. Tracy's wrapped up. No threat there on the left. Marnie in at first receiver. This is a mess, an absolute mess. Hutchinson, though, will kick in behind the line. Looking for that repeat set. Well, even better, they'll get a try. Jacob Preston. That had no right to be a try. But we've seen that a lot already tonight, haven't we? Jacob Preston will score. Jordan Rapiner and Xavier Savage have got in each other's way. And the Bulldogs have hit back. The kick from Hutchison, just looking for the repeat set. It was messy. A messy set of 6 there on the attack. So it was probably the right option. Well, I mean, definitely with the benefit of hindsight. Preston chasing hard. And the Raiders make a complete mess of it. 3 tries tonight. 2 to the Raiders, 1 to the Bulldogs. Both off the back of errors. They've wiped each other out, the Raiders players. Preston, for the love of God, tell me you grounded that. Yes, you did. Jacob Preston puts it down and the Bulldogs are back. Try assist there to Jordan Rapana for taking Xavier Savage out. Peter, ahoy there. How you doing? Matt Burton, conversion attempt just to the right of the post, straight down the middle it goes. 12 points to 6, 7 minutes to go till the break. I just can't believe, honestly, we have not seen a single try yet in Magic Round that has been traditionally earned. Every try has been off a mistake. Fascinating stuff, really. Oh, nice. James, one leg down already. Nice. Gherkin, ahoy there. Gherkin says, go doggies. "12-6, 7 minutes to go until half-time. And the Raiders get us back underway. Curran takes the hit up. Bulldogs ball, working it out of territory. Carraz almost gets himself tangled up there with Preston, I believe it was, the try scorer. Max King draws in 3. Gets the ball back to Marnie. Marnie keeps it alive out to Kickow. Kickow eyes up his options. Beats the first tackle. Up to the 40. Good run there from Kickow. Tackle 4 for the Bulldogs. Just short of halfway. Curran passes it out to Hutchison. To Crichton. Crichton puts Carraz into half a gap. Carraz now puts on the speed. He's away. Fires the pass back in field and they've dropped it with the line wide open. Preston would have had a double. Preston would have had a double right there and then, but he spills the ball. The pass just a little bit too far forward. They were in again, the Bulldogs. Painful. This is a painful, painful match for Bulldog supporters. There are plenty of twists and turns left in this one, don't you worry. Absolutely anybody's ball game. Five and a half to go until the halftime break. We were almost staring down a 12-all scoreline. So close yet again for the Bulldogs. To be fair, the Bulldogs, they've probably had the more opportunities of the two teams. They have not been able to take advantage of it. The Raiders haven't really had any opportunities at all off their own hand, but they lead 12-6. Crazy. The James, you had Preston, Raiders 1-12, under 54. Now the Raiders keep the ball alive. The inside pass is intercepted by Kickow. Preston, Raiders 1-12, under 54. Broncos versus Manly. Dolphins to win and Titans to win. Storm 1-12. What was the deal with Preston in amongst all that, James? It's weird. It's just an odd selection of things you've got there with everything else and then just, oh, yep, Jacob Preston, try scorer. A kick on tackle 4. Looking for the Fox. Addo-Carr's got it. He put it a kick way too heavy. Way too heavy. Josh Addo-Carr. He might get a penalty here for being taken out after the fact, but he's kicked the absolute skin off this ball. He's tried to kick it all. The last ball was trying to make it to the Caxton. This time, Josh Addo-Carr's tried to kick it to the Caxton. It could be a penalty, though. Could absolutely be a penalty. He's clearly been taken out, but he was never scoring that try. He kicked the absolute ever-loving piss out of that ball. It was always destined for the dead ball line. But that's a clear takeout of the chaser. Absolutely penalty. If he gets 10 in the bin, he gets 10 in the bin, but it's definitely a penalty. The James says, just had a feeling it would be a forward battle and tries scored up the middle of and off the edges. Fair enough. Nobody, absolutely nobody would have predicted that the first 3 tries would be off mistakes. 10 in the bin for Rapana. Is that the turning point of the game? Rapana will have a sit down, and the Bulldogs will have a huge opportunity now to end this first half and start the second half well and truly on top and pinch the lead here. They put it into touch here, 10 metres out from the line. Bulldogs looking to square things up. Can they fix up the errors? Barmasili sounds like a bloody pastor. Curran in midfield. Bulldogs tackle 2, 5 metres out. Out it goes to the left. Hutchinson into half a gap. Can't get the arms free. Oh, the Raiders continue to just hold on. Marnie from dummy half. Now Burton's got it to Crichton. Crichton will go on his own. Stephen Crichton and will score. Stephen Crichton will score. And we have got 2 legs off the multi before half-time. That's exactly what you want. Stephen Crichton scores. It's 12-10 kick to come. The real Dark Star, ahoy! It's only taken 1 set of 6. 1 set of 6. And Jordan Rapana has been made to pay. Connor Crowley, ahoy! This is a big kick now from out wide, Matt Burton. One minute 39 to go until halftime. 2 legs of the multi ticked off. Isn't it? Oh, no, he's missed it. Stephen Crichton. Matt Burton hooks it off. 12-10 it remains. That's all right. That's all right. Isn't it ironic that I had Jordan Rapana and Stephen Crichton comboed in my multi? Jordan Rapana gets sent to the sin bin, which creates this space for Stephen Crichton to score. It's poetic, is what it is. Poetic. Nanadai Hekwa. Xavier Savage was the first try scorer for the Canberra Raiders. Off the back of a mistake from Connor Tracy. Connor Tracy dropped a high ball straight into the arms of Xavier Savage, who ran in untouched. But since that moment, another mistake from the Bulldogs and another try for Canberra, but the Bulldogs have largely been on top and looking most likely of the two teams to actually score tries. They finally bagged one, then they bag another. Anybody's ball game now. Burton to Kickow. Kickow steps back in field. Oh no, oh no. Oh, he's in a world of hurt here. Viliami Kickow, this will be huge. He has screamed out in pain. He's lost the ball, screamed out in pain. I mean, he threw the ball away. Viliami Kickow threw the ball away, screamed out. So he's had his ankle broken. That's a hip drop from Papali'i. It's a hip drop from one of the biggest people in the NRL. Josh Papali'i has broken his ankle. Oh, well, in fairness, it's not even necessarily Papali'i. Papali'i has bumped into the other tackle maker, which has put pressure on. So who gets sent off? I think it was clearly Papali'i at fault there. And Viliami Kickow's in a world of hurt. He's up. He's stomping the ground. But I reckon that's Papali'i's tackle. He's taken his own player and Viliami Kickow out from behind. Here we go. Canberra could be down a second player here. That was clearly Papali'i's tackle. He did all the damage here. On report, 10 in the bin. Oh, he's lucky. He is lucky to only get 10 there, in my opinion. That was a horror show. Papali'i gets 10 in the bin. The Raiders are down 2. That is just a blatant hip drop. Blatant hip drop, that one. Seeing the slow motion replay makes it look 100 times worse. He's also had a cheeky little grab at Kickow's balls there. So I wonder what actually hurt him. Was it the squeeze on the ball sack, or was it... Okay, definitely the ankle. He's off the field now, Kickow. Kickow's off the field, potentially gone for the game. Papali'i gets to sit down and rest for 10 minutes. Huge opportunity now for the Bulldogs. They will have at least a few tackles here to try and take advantage of this two-man overlap. 20 seconds left in this first half. They go immediately to the right. Short ball to Crichton, though. This is it. They're lined up to the left. They just need to draw and pass. Well, they put a kick in, and that was probably not the right option. Although it might have worked out for them. It might have worked out for them. Matt Burton has got a try here, and that is leg number 3 off the multi. Matt Burton scores 3 legs down inside the first half. 40 minutes for Josh Adokar to score a try and get a 4-leg multi across the line. Something that Defunk said would never, ever happen. I mean, I'm sorry to point you out, Defunk, but you did say it. And we are on the precipice right now. The Bulldogs claim the lead. Right on the stroke of halftime, a try for Matt Burton. Papali'i, very, very lucky. I think the only thing that saved Papali'i from a straight send-off there was the fact that he dropped into his teammate. It was then his teammate that went into the legs of Kickoff, but I think that's an absolute bollocks explanation. Burton misses another one. Oh, you've got Stephen Crichton out there. You've got Stephen Crichton there, and Matt Burton's left his kicking boots back in Canterbury. Give Stephen Crichton the kicking duties in the second half, please. Please. $14 points to 12. The Bulldogs take the lead into the halftime break. But the lead could be so much more. That's just a straight hip drop. That's a straight hip drop from Papali'i there. KO Sports Weeks just happened to be there. Viliami Kickout is potentially gone for the match. He came off the field. He might have been coming off the field anyway. It might have been time for his break, but Viliami Kickout, that could be his night done. $14 points to 12. The Bulldogs with the lead. Ricky's Green Goblins living up to their name at the moment. Being Goblins. Cheeky little Goblins. All right, halftime here. 14 points to 12. I'm going to have a very quick break. And we'll be right back. 3 legs of the 4 on the multi. Done and dusted. Incredible. 40 minutes for Josh Adokar to score. And then Manly versus the Broncos coming up after that as well. So plenty more here on the Waste of Water Sports. Back right after this. All right. 14 points to 12. We do have 40 minutes for the Fox to get a try. Surely. Although, who knows? They're offering me double my money on a cash out, which is mighty tempting. But I'm content to let it ride because what they're offering me and what the potential is, worlds apart. Worlds apart. Once again, I've just used a bonus bet. So when you use a bonus bet, the cash out offers are really, really just not enticing more often than not. What a game it's been, though, so far. So, Wasted World of Sports, Magic Round. What a start to Magic Round it's been. Absolutely incredible. 2 tries to the Raiders, nice and early. But the Bulldogs have managed to fight back there. It was interesting because the Bulldogs did look, in my opinion, the most likely out of the 2 teams when it came to scoring tries. The Raiders had, at the time, obviously scored more, but they were off mistakes. Just one play off mistakes. They hadn't had to build to anything. When they look like they're building towards something, they haven't really looked threatening, in my opinion. The Bulldogs, on the other hand, have constantly looked threatening, just haven't been able to put it together. Simple mistakes, letting them down at the end. DJ Shack says, Dan, myself and James have almost swapped stances on the Papali'i hip drop. James was saying send him off, and now he's saying not really, after seeing it in intricate detail, whilst I was the inverse. I was kind of on the fence, and then when I saw it, I was content with Papali'i being tossed out of the game for good. Well, when you say being tossed out of the game for good, I'm assuming you mean just this match, because kicking him out of the game of footy for good is a little bit extreme, obviously. So, jokes aside, all joking aside though, it was rough. I mean, you've got to look at we all ask for consistency, right? Consistency is not necessarily a thing that we can achieve necessarily, but what has happened in prior weeks, in prior circumstances, even though I've done most of the games this year, I do not have the wherewithal to be able to think about it enough and go, oh yeah, in this instance that happened. So look, 10 minutes in the bin, my initial reaction was send off because it's a classic hip drop, but we don't always see it. So consistency is the key here. He's a Logan boy, James. Deport him back to Logan. Deport him back here. I wouldn't mind hanging out and having a beer with him. I bet he's got some stories, some war stories with Josh Papali'i. So, yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, 10 minutes, obviously. But a straight send-off, I wouldn't have complained about that either. But ultimately, I suppose it comes down to what have we seen in past scenarios? When to send off, when not to send off. Three legs of the multi down. That's the story here in this game. Okay, no player has been sent off for a hip drop in the NRL era. Wow, so there you go. 10 in the bin. 10 in the bin it is then. Gherkin, who do you tip to win? I had tipped the Bulldogs. I'm sticking with the Bulldogs. I think what makes it worse as well, in all honesty, and this would be something that would be incredibly difficult to police or to enforce, I guess is what I mean. But a hip drop, I'm not suggesting that you can look at it this way, but I think what really made that look worse was the fact that it was Josh Papali'i, a really, really big unit, right? I mean, he took two guys down. He took his own player down. KO Weeks was in amongst that as well, right? So his hip drop annihilated KO Weeks and Viliami Kikau all in the one motion. If it were Reed Marnie, say, for example, it wouldn't have... If Reed Marnie flung around like that into a teammate, I reckon the teammate maybe buckles a little bit, but ultimately retains his feet. Now, I'm not saying that that should be a... that shouldn't necessarily be a consideration, but I'm saying what in that moment probably made it look 100 times worse than all the other hip drops out there was the fact that it was Big Papa. Ollie is the best. Ahoy! How are you there, mate? Party times at the party house tonight, Ollie? Is Reed there and everyone else? The party house. Jonathan. Duck my sick. Ahoy, mate. Raiders paying $6. I reckon they're going to win. I think, in all honesty, Duck my sick. We'll find out in the opening sort of 5 minutes of the second half are going to be crucial. Because the Raiders are going to be kicking off. The Raiders are down to 11 men. 2 in the bin. If they can hold off sort of that first 5 minutes without any more damage on the scoreboard, they'll keep that belief, right? And what we've seen from the Raiders, who are punching well above their weight. If they get that belief, if they hold on through that period, get that belief, they will be a threat at the back end of the game, for sure. Gherkin asks, who's your favourite team, mate? And do you get extra smashed when they play? Well, we'll find out tomorrow afternoon when my Sharkies take on the Roosters. As Magic Round continues. You might notice if you do head to the channel, the Waste of World of Sports channel, I do have all the games pre-set up, ready to roll. They're all ready to go. The whole weekend is all scheduled out, ready to go. So feel free to jump on in there and set reminders and whatever else you do. Rose Talisa says, do you reckon Josh Adokar will get a try or nah? I hope so. I mean, I hope so, because he's the last leg of the multi left for me. He's looked good, right? He's looked good. He's been a chance a couple of times. So the first sort of 5 minutes of the second half, I think, will be where it happens, if it happens. Honestly, the Bulldogs have a 2-man advantage to start the second half. They will just spread it left, right, up the middle, left, right. They'll throw it around everywhere, and it could be an opportunity there to get that last leg of the multi. Gherkin says, love it, mate. You're doing a good thing, especially for us bums still driving home. Oh, no. Driving home from work on a Friday night. Chucking on the Waste of World of Sports. I love it. Very good stuff. J. Joe, ahoy. He was very close already. He's been very close a couple of times. Remember, at 6-0 in favour of the Raiders, Josh Adokar was tippy-toeing down the sideline. Just put his heel on the sideline. So he's been close already a couple of times. Maybe that's his chances gone. Who knows? Time will tell. The second half will tell, and the second half we are about to get underway with. Kickout is still in the changing rooms. He has not come out for the second half. Viliami Kickout would be a huge loss. Duck My Six says, I got a 5-leg parlay. Raiders, Roosters, Knights. Roosters and Cowboys, $25 to $1,000. They've just shown the replay again. Papa Lee is very, very lucky. But as I said, it's something that you can't necessarily take into account, but it looked a lot worse just because it was Big Papa. Raiders get the second half underway. This is a crucial 5 or 6 minute period here. They have 2 in the bin, do the Raiders. Rapana will be back very, very soon. But Papa Leahy will be gone for pretty much the full 10 minutes leading into this second half. We need the Fox. Okay, 4 minutes left for Rapana. There we go. 4 left in the bin for Rapana. Can the Raiders navigate? Pretty much this set of 6. The Bulldogs, I would have thought, would throw everything at them. They haven't, though. Oh, now there's a high shot. This will be a penalty. Right out in front. Take the 2. Rose says, same here. Only leg I'm waiting on. The Fox. What were the other ones, Rose, out of curiosity? The kick into touch from the Dogs. And they'll start this set 30 out from the line. Come on, Foxy. Let's get it done. Nice and early in the second half. And then I'll use all that money that it wins for a multi on the next game. Manly versus Broncos coming up after this. Bulldogs through Hayward. It's tapped on and Jacob Carraz will score. Well, we don't want that. We wanted it to go to the other wing. Well, the Raiders have failed to hold on during this period of sin binning. 2 minutes into the second half, and the Bulldogs have scored another try. They extend their lead, but Matt Burton has left his kicking boots at home. Let's see if Stephen Crichton steps up for this one, actually. The Bulldogs first to score in the second half. Carraz gets one. I had Burton and Carraz linked up in a combo. I should have separated them. Two and a half minutes, second half gone. 18-12 kick from right on the sideline. Left-footed kicker, Burton, it's his favourite side. That's probably why he got the nod here. This one's on target, Matt Burton. He found his kicking boots at the halftime break. From the sideline, puts it over, and the Bulldogs lead 20 points to 12. DJ Shack says, let's be real. The Raiders' discipline has fallen off a cliff ever since they were up 12-0. From that point on, they've been the architects of their own destruction. Oh, love the wording there, DJ Shack. Architects of their own destruction. Peter says, all the dudes at my school are saying that the best Dogs player to bet on for tonight is Josh Adokar. However, I said Carraz, and look, he scored. Well done, Peter. I hope you took those suckers for all they're worth. The Gherkins and James. Calm down, James. Gherkin says, doggies just have to keep the defense up when sin bins are done. No more errors. UFC Only Fam says, I'm hard. All right. James and UFC, do I need to turn the hose on you lads? Jeez. Four minutes left in the sin bin for Papali'i. Short side they go, the Bulldogs. Burton, dummies, almost goes through on his own. Fifth and last. 40 out from the line again. That's scrappy. Curran's got it. That's not who they want. Hutchison, that's better. Hutchison puts the bomb up. Pressure on Savage. Savage does well, but he is steamrolled by Stephen Crichton. And the Raiders will start this set 10 out from their own line. 8 points the difference. Rapana's up on the sideline. He's got 12 seconds left. They're going to get Rapana back, the Raiders. So they leaked 6 points. They still have a few minutes left with Papali'i on the sideline. Fifth and last, Raiders from inside the 40. Good contact, but great positioning there from Connor Tracy. Runs across to the face of the post. The Bulldogs looking to stretch it wide. Hutchison dummies. He's prone to a one-on-one strip here, Hutchison. And it's successful from Ethan Strange. Knocked on Raiders. Boy, did they get away with that, though. I've turned the TV off. Oh, God bless me. God bless me and all my goofiness. I've got to goof myself for that one. Switched the TV off. I put the beer stubby down on top of the remote. Turned the whole goddamn TV off. Jeez. Okay, so Rose, the multi was Stephen Crichton, Xavier Savage, Jacob Carraz, Matt Burton, and Josh Adokar. Holy hell, that's a hell of a multi. That is one hell of a same-game multi. Bulldogs off the scrum. Oh. 6 minutes gone in this second half. Bulldogs well on top. Everyone's favourite pasta in midfield. Out to the left. There's Josh Adokar. He's got the ball. But the Raiders are there in numbers. Fifth and last. 20 out from the line. Burton to Marnie in midfield. It's fifth and last. They're going to run it here. Tracy to Crichton. Crichton bumps off one. Keeps his feet. Runs back towards midfield. Puts the grubber kick in. Needs it to sit up. It doesn't. It goes way too heavy. And it's a 7 tackle set here for the Raiders. What a let-off. What a huge let-off. Here's Big Papa, ready to come back onto the field. So, 6 points really, with 2 in the bin. Maybe not the end of the world for the Raiders. The kick sits up for Connor Tracy at the back, and the Bulldogs have it again. So maybe not the end of the world here for the Raiders. back to a full complement. But I suppose ultimately the momentum that the Bulldogs have established here, that could be ultimately what it comes down to. Through the hands now, Hayward. Dummies goes on his own. Hello. Hey. Oh, how's my girl? Hey? How's my girl? You going for the dogs? Yeah, the doggies. They're winning at the moment, yeah? Fifth and last, they put the ball high. Pressure on Rapana at the back. Oh, he does extremely well, Jordan Rapana. Rapana has done incredibly well there to take that ball. This is still anybody's game. Hey, go the doggies, yeah? Go the dogs. Raiders bringing it out of territory. Fifth and last. Still inside their own half. It's going to be very difficult to wrestle momentum back, but plenty of time left. Only 8 points the difference. Connor Tracy takes the high ball, slips. He's now wrapped up at the back. The Bulldogs forwards nowhere to be seen. Very, very slow to get back there. DJ Shack. Oh, Game of Mel says Ahoy Lara. There you go. Yes, you. DJ Shack says so 14-0 in that period where the Raiders were down players. Hutchison puts the kick in straight down the throat of Rapana. Rapana slips into contact. And the Raiders have it 10 metres out from their own line. Maybe a bit more, actually. Well, a lot more. 30. Kickout's back on, is he? Nice. Viliami Kickout back. There he is. That's good news for the Bulldogs. 6 again here for the Raiders. Oh, no. A set restart. Do not invite the Green Goblins back into the contest. The Bulldogs were well on top. They had all the momentum, all the rudder play, and they've gone and given away a 6 again. Papali'i takes tackle 2. They're 30 out from the line now, the Raiders. She's not over yet. Strange inside to Hudson Young, and the Raiders, just like that, they go boom and score a try. Just like that. They have been back to a full complement for about 2 minutes. You can't give them this kind of confidence, goddammit. That was just too easy. Way too easy after they've just come back to a full complement of players. For the Bulldogs to give it up that easy. That's no good at all. That's very concerning now for the Bulldogs. Zach's TV, ahoy mates, how are you doing today? You talk about belief. Talk about belief and momentum. It's all with the Raiders now. Ellis Williams, ahoy mate. How are you doing today? It doesn't matter who it is, right? It doesn't matter if it's the Raiders. Doesn't matter if it's the Panthers. Doesn't matter if it's the Tigers. You can't give a team belief. You've got to kick them when they're down. And the Bulldogs completely let the Raiders off the hook here. $20 points to 16, kick to come. Moves in, strikes it, it's on target, it's over. Goal kicking could be the difference. Goal kicking could ultimately be the difference maker. Matt Burton's missed a few. The Raiders have missed none. $2 points the difference, 27 minutes to go. Still anybody's game. All that momentum the Bulldogs had earned back, gone. Back underway. Papa he takes the hit up. Very lucky to still be on the field. There's still so long left in this game. DJ Shaq says Rapana, despite not place kicking at NRL level, he was New Zealand's first choice goal kicker last year. Keeping the ball alive here. Starling is on the field now for the Raiders. Tackle 4, up towards halfway. 5th and last. Back it goes to KO Sports Weeks. Puts it high. No pressure on the kick receipt, Tracy. But funnily enough, that was the one time he did make an error tonight. And the Bulldogs, they've got some hard yakka to do. Bringing the ball out of territory. Solid defense from the Raiders in midfield. Come on, Josh Adokar. 100%. We need the Fox. Tackle 4, Carraz to Crichton. Crichton pops the pass out. Carraz cuts back in field. Bumps off 1, takes tackle 5 now. 35 out from the Raiders line. That was better from the Bulldogs. Burton in midfield. Puts it high. How's the kick, Chase? It's not on Josh Adokar's wing. Rapana spills it, and here's an opportunity for the Bulldogs. Jordan Rapana has completely ballsed it up. What a goof. The Burton bomb. This is why Matt Burton is in my State of Origin squad. Those high balls are so hard to take. You need his kicking game. Shot of Ricky on the sideline. DJ Shaq. Once again. He's there again. Scrum down here for the Bulldogs in midfield. 10 out from the line. Can they make the Raiders pay for that one? Wrong side of the field. Brighton takes them on. All right, now they're lined up to the left. Josh Adokar's edge. Marnie pops it up to Max King. Takes the tackle in midfield. They'll come back short side, I dare say. Marnie runs across, takes a couple of steps. Hayward, short ball to kick out. Yep, they're setting up their attack for the right-hand edge. Why? You've got the Fox out there on the left. Hayward out to Hutchison. Burton's up in the line. Dummies, go straight through. Matt Burton, up, going again. Tackled 2 meters out. Marnie from dummy half. Pops the pass up. 5th and last. A meter out here. The Bulldogs. No choice but to go left. Burton grubbers into the end goal. Tap dead by KO Sports Weeks. Goal line dropout. Elliot Whitehead is out there, OG. Another shot of Ricky on the sideline. 20 points to 18. Bulldogs lead. 23 minutes to go. Goal line dropout incoming. Rapana goes short. It's taken by Carraz. And the Bulldogs have it 10 metres out from the line. A chance to attack. Hayward to Sam Hughes in midfield. A big driving run here from Sam Hughes. It took 3 defenders to bring him down. They're lined up to the left. Hutchison runs on his own, though. He ran on his own, Hutchison. They don't like it out the left for some reason. You've got Josh Adokar on the left wing. Yet they do not attack to the left very often. Burton dummies, goes on his own. 5th and last. 5 out from the line here. Marnie puts the grubber kick into the in goal. It sits up. Was it a try or tapped dead? This one's been tapped dead, I think, by the Raiders. It'll be another goal line dropout. But again, so close here for the Bulldogs. So close. Trey Mooney saving the day for the Raiders. Another set of 6 in defense. Undercover 685 says Bulldogs is my second favorite team. Let's go, King Critter. The Raiders, they will go short with the restart, surely. And it's come down. Preston still fighting for territory. 10 metres out from the line here. Bulldogs on the 0 tackle have it back. It was knocked on by the Raiders. 6 again now. Oh, they must score here, the Bulldogs. If the Raiders hold on here, they are magicians. The magicians of Magic Round. If they don't leak some points here. Bronson Sherry takes tackle 2. Kickow's in at dummy half. And loses the ball. Viliami Kickow's not 100%. Double knock on. Raiders have held on. Viliami Kickow cannot be 100%. This was just him bending down to collect or play the ball, and he's fallen over. He can't support that ankle properly. He's got to come from the field. He's got to. He fell over his own feet. He's got to be taken off for his own good, for the team's good. That's a huge mistake. What a let-off. Scrum down for the Raiders off the hook. Oh, God, it almost feels like it's meant to be tonight for the Raiders. Yeah, based on that. Big defense from the Doggies, though. A quarter of the game left. 20 minutes remaining. Manly Broncos coming up after this. We're staying live. We're not going anywhere. We're staying live. This stream will continue. It won't end. It'll just feed straight into Broncos Manly. Coming up after this one. Raiders off the hook big time. 5th and last now. Oh, was that touched by the Bulldogs? This will be 6 more tackles. And straight through goes KO Weeks. Weeks needs support. Runs back in midfield. Beats one. Well tackled there by Connor Tracy. But it's the Raiders right on top here. Stretching them to the left. They must score. They do score. Hudson Young gets a double. Hudson Young gets a double. The Bulldogs have completely shat the bed here. They had this game well and truly under control. Late in the tackle count, a 6 again, loose ball out the back, and it's KO Sports Weeks who's run away all the way upfield, tackled on the 10-metre line, and then it was just simple. 32-on-1 overlap to the left. Hudson Young bursts over. Raiders are in the lead. You can't believe it. With 18 minutes to go, this is now the Raiders' game to lose. And you just wouldn't believe it. They were down 2 players in the sin bin. Completely, justifiably so. Totally justified sin binnings. They've survived both periods, really. And Canberra somehow lead this game. Somehow. I can't explain it. I have no explanation for it at all. The Raiders lead this game. $17.5 remain. Rapana's been kicking well tonight. Can he keep it up? Yes, he can. It's right down the middle. Rapana, perfect with the kicking tee tonight. It's 24-0. I mean, 24-20. 24-0, jeez. 24 points to 20. This is unreal. 17.5 minutes remain. Are we going to see our first upset of Magic Round in the first game? Bulldogs get us back underway. The first upset of Magic Round, and it's potentially in match number 1. Rose says the Bulldogs have got this 100%. They need to hold on, the Bulldogs, and get momentum back. It's Gussie Gould always says it's hard to win a game of football twice. The Bulldogs had this won. Maybe that was the problem. They thought they had it won like I did with too long remaining. Papali'i offloads to Rapana. But yeah, Gus says on his podcast all the time, it's hard to win a game of footy twice. Bulldogs would have thought they had this one in the bag. It's going to be hard for them to get the momentum back, and, well, that's forward. Oh, it's called 6 again for the Raiders. It must have been touched by the Bulldogs. They're going to go in again here, the Raiders. No, he's bounced it. Oh, Nick Kotrick has bounced it. No try. Off the hook there, the doggies. This is frantic stuff. That was a huge let-off for the Bulldogs. Massive let-off. Bulldogs go left. Sherry puts the step on, almost goes through. Well tackled by KO Sports Weeks. 15 minutes left. Tackle 3 for the Dogs. Hayward calling runners on the inside. Hutchison, cut out pass to Kickow. Kickow lines them up. Has the arms free. Back to Sherry. Sherry takes tackle 5. 20 out from the line. Burton, crossfield kick, puts it high. Taken extremely well by Xavier Savage. But the Raiders are pinned down a metre out from their own try line. Viliami Kickow, I think he got that wrong. He needed to give it. The Raiders. Yeah, give it to Fox. He was there. Kick out, ran it on his own. Fifth and last now for the Raiders, up to their own 40. This will be good field position for the Dogs. 14 minutes to go. The kick taken on the full at the back by Carraz. Lines them up. The kick return. Carries the back end. The Dogs have it 25 out in midfield. There's the Fox. Yeah, that's what we want to use the Fox for. Hit-ups. Hit-ups out of their own end. That's smart. He was unmarked on the last play out to the left, but let's get him to do hit-ups out of territory. Much better use of the man. Big defense here from the Raiders. They're going nowhere, the Bulldogs. Clueless on attack. Marnie skips out a dummy half to Burton. Sherry's the only one who's running forward at pace. Fifth and last. That's a terrible set of 6. Atrocious set of 6 from the Bulldogs. And now it's scrappy out the back to Hutchinson. Taken by Savage. And the Raiders have well and truly won this little section of play. Savage took the last kick a metre out from his own try line. He takes this one 30 out. The Raiders well on top. Well on top. Oh! An unforced error. Commentator's curse. The commentator's curse strikes again. The Raiders are right on top, I say. And then they spill the ball on tackle 2. The commentator's curse strikes. Here's an opportunity now for the Bulldogs. Kick out. Burst through 1. Tackle 2. 20 out. Hutchinson in midfield. Out the back to Burton. Burton to Connor Tracy, who's up in the line. Steps back in field. 15 out. Tackle 3. Looking for a quick play of the ball. All tangled up there with the defense. Marnie. Out it goes now to Hutchinson. Kickow. Puts the step on. Well wrapped up. Kickow's lost it as well. Viliami Kickow's lost it. Take him off. Seriously? Take him off. Viliami Kickow needs to be removed from the field. He is not 100%. Elliot Whitehead with the tackle. The Raiders, this is theirs to lose now. I can't believe it. I really can't believe it. I honestly cannot believe that the Raiders just keep winning. The Raiders have the shittiest team in the NRL on paper. They just keep finding ways to win. I can't fathom it. I just can't process this through my mind. Oh, DJ Shaq, definitely. He should not have been let back on. I completely understand he is a superstar player, but he was clearly not 100%. Absolutely, UFC. Me picking the shittiest team on paper to win the wooden spoon was just madness. What was I thinking? What were the bookmakers thinking, having them down there as well? Crazy. The kick down to the Foxes' corner. Need a breakaway try here. I should have taken that cash out. Damn it. Can you believe we had 3 legs of the multi ticked off in the first half? Now the Bulldogs come up with a mistake again, and this will be a simple try for the Raiders. Oh, Xavier Savage has fallen over. That was lucky. That was very lucky. Holy hell, Xavier Savage was in the corner there, but he fell over. And the Bulldogs, it's just been lost opportunity for the Bulldogs. They were dominating this game. They made 2 mistakes inside the first 15 minutes of the game. Both led to 1 tackle tries for the opposition. Very unusual. They managed to fight back, get themselves on top, and then they threw it all away. 5th and last here for the Raiders. 10 out from the line. They go short side. Hudson Young looking for a hat trick, but throws it over the sideline instead. Eight and a half minutes remain. And the Bulldogs have to go the length of the field here. It's what Gus says. He's a knowledgeable man, Gussie Gould. He says it's hard, if not impossible, to win a game of footy twice. Bulldogs had this one. They find themselves in a position where they have to win it again. That's very, very hard to do. They're going nowhere fast here. Stuck in quicksand. Tackle 4. 30 out from their own line. They need a miracle here, the Bulldogs. They need some magic. Stephen Crichton. 5th and last. Just shy of halfway. Hutchison puts a chip and chase in over the top. And the Raiders have it. 30 out from their own line. Great field position. Fantastic field position here for the Raiders. A 6 again. Oh, it's all falling apart here for the Doggies. Falling to pieces. Absolutely incredible how far they've fallen off. .25 out from the line. Tackle 4. 6.5 minutes remain. Time running out here for the Bulldogs. Tarpany to Rapana. Tapped on. Space for Kotrick. Almost goes through. Well wrapped up there by Kickow. 5th and last. 5th and last here. Short side goes Rapana. That'll be the handover. Bulldogs ball. Crazy play there from the Raiders. They've given the Bulldogs an opportunity. Five and a half remain. The Bulldogs, once again, they've got to go length of the field. Time is up for the Bulldogs, really. They've got to get themselves in position. Hutchison, dummies, almost goes through. Gets the pass away to Marnie. Marnie's got the fullback to beat. Rapana's taken him out. It sits up, though, for Burton. Burton's been held back and obstructed in the kick chase. How there is not a penalty in there to the Bulldogs, I will never know. And now, yes, we've got time off here because there's a bit to look at, I think. There is a little bit to look at here. There's obstructions everywhere there against the Bulldogs. There was interference out the wazoo here. And the Bulldogs will get one last shot. They will have one last opportunity here on the penalty. Potentially with Rapana sent off as well. Jordan Rapana has stuck his leg out again, taking out the kick chaser. He flings his leg out there. He kicks Reed Marnie in the nuts. Rapana is in big trouble here. If Harry Grants was a sin bin, that's a sin bin. Absolutely, DJ Shaq. He's flung his leg out. And then Matt Burton's been tackled without the ball. Matt Burton's been tackled without the ball as well. Five minutes remaining. It's going to be a penalty to the Bulldogs. Rapana's going to stay on the field. Extremely lucky to still be out there, Rapana. Penalty to the Bulldogs. 20 metres out from the line. Can they steal this one? Kick out. Oh, Filiami kick out. I love him, but why is he still out there? Jeez. This is the chance now for the Bulldogs. Four minutes remain. Crash ball for Preston. Preston's taken a metre short. Fifth and last. This is it. The game could be on the line here. This play. Terrible service, and they've lost the ball. Terrible service from dummy half and a drop ball, and the Raiders have won. The Bulldogs, that was so sloppy. Victims of their own demise, really. Three and a half minutes remain. Extremely poor service. Nate from We Are Family. Ahoy, mate. Cobbo at fullback. Who would have thunk it? I like him at fullback better than at centre, to be honest. I mean, I'm obviously not a Broncos supporter, so my opinion's probably worthless. But if Cobbo's not on the wing, I like him at fullback better than at centre, to be perfectly honest. Oh, we had this discussion last week? Did we? Okay. You don't expect me to remember last week, do you? Penalty here to the Raiders, and that will definitely be the game. Elliot Whitehead stayed down for some Canberra milk, and he Milky McGee'd the bollocks out of that. He made sure of it. You said Cobbo looks more like a fullback than a centre. Did I agree with you? I'm sure I would have agreed to that. He's been terrible at centre, in my opinion. Two and a half remain. Raiders looking to put this game to bed. Morgan Smithies in midfield. Ten out from the line. Tarpany. Tackle 3. Timoko bumps you off 1, as he always does. Tackle 4. Crucial for the Bulldogs to hold on here and get the ball back. Get themselves one last set. 5th and last. 5 out from the line. No, they're not going to do anything there, the Raiders. They're going to say, Bulldogs, run the full length of the field if you can. 1.5 minutes to go. The last set of the game. The Bulldogs have got to go length of the field. One minute 14 to go. The Bulldogs, they're not even throwing caution to the wind here. Now Burton's got it. Puts the grubber kick through. Looking for the Fox. Fox is bumped off the ball by Kotrick. Kotrick loses it forward. The Bulldogs will still have another chance. The Bulldogs will still get one last shot at it that was knocked on by the Raiders. They have to race in here and pack this scrum, though, the doggies. If only Burton made those conversions. Yes. If Burton had his kicking boots on, it would have been 24-all. Captain's challenged by the Raiders, but they may as well. They're not going to win it. It was a pretty blatant knock-on. But you certainly can't blame them for having a crack at it. Wasting time? No. It's worth a challenge. It's worth a challenge this late in the game. There we go. Knock on. Yeah, it was a pretty blatant knock on. Seen it live as well. So, how long left? 47 seconds. 47 seconds remaining. The challenge unsuccessful. Yeah, it gives them time to rest, and honestly, if they want it, they want it, right? So, the Bulldogs have 47 seconds. They'll have a few tackles here to potentially steal this one. A scrum down on halfway. The Raiders have attacked it. That'll be a penalty to the Bulldogs, you would think. I don't think you're allowed to do that. Should also be 10 at the bin, but I don't think Ashley Klein has the ball sack big enough to do that. Well, I don't know if he's even given a penalty, actually. He might not have even given the penalty. I actually have no idea what's happening now. If it was an early strike, then it's a penalty. Anyway, scrum down. It chewed off another 10 seconds. Well done there to the Raiders. They chewed off another 10 seconds. They just have to defend. 23 seconds remain. Hutchison to Burton. Burton knocks it on. That's the game. Right there and then. Matt Burton just dropped himself out of Origin. I was advocating for him as well. I really was. I was advocating for Matty Burton. But he's just dropped himself out of Origin right there and then with that performance. I mean, losing to the Raiders in 2024 is pretty embarrassing. I mean, no disrespect to the Raiders, but yeah, I stand by my call that they are the single worst team on paper in the competition. I mean, they're obviously not the single worst team when they actually get out there on the field. But I'm saying on paper, in the lead up to the tournament, the absolute worst squad on paper. So if you lose to the Raiders in 2024, hang your heads. Goal kicking was the difference again, the second week in a row. I mean, let's not forget the Raiders don't even beat the Raiders don't beat Manly the other week, except for goal kicking. It was goal kicking that won the game against Manly. It was goal kicking that won the game here against the Bulldogs. Ellis Williams says, at least Carraz got me some good numbers for NRL fantasy. Oh, priorities and all that. Can we all agree, game of the round, Sharks versus Roosters? I don't think so, because the Sharks never play well at Suncorp. Ever. They never play well at Suncorp. Thanks for swinging by, Rose. Very much appreciated. Rose is heading off, but we are going nowhere. Manly versus the Broncos coming up right after this. This stream is staying active. We'll be back. Manly Broncos right after this. All right, teams are running out onto the field for this next game. I'm still setting things up in the background, so I'll be with you shortly. Manly out onto the field now, running out second. Even though they are the away team. Oh, God, I'm going to miss the kickoff. I'm going to miss the kickoff. I don't want to miss the kickoff. This game is underway. Oh, God, I missed the kickoff. Jeez. This is the problem with Magic Round. There's no space in between games. All right, so I've got Tommy Talau. I've got the Big D. I've got Ricky and DCE in a combo, and I've got Mam and Corn on the Cobbo in a for the same game multi. That's what I've got. That's what's happening. All right, there we go. We got it sorted. Yeah, I think Brisbane will still win this game. I think, quite frankly. The Broncos will still win this game, in my opinion. Manly get through their first set, though. So there we go. We've got Tommy Talau. We've got the Big D. We've got Jordan Ricky, DCE. We've got Ezra Mam, Selwyn Cobbo. We're linked up everywhere. Combos everywhere. Combos out the wazoo. All right, can this piss off, this thing? Go away. Yep. Okay, cool. There we go. All right. Goddamn game starting too quick. Manly have it. Both teams. I'm still trying to come to terms with what we just witnessed, in all honesty. I'm really having a hard time processing what we just saw. With Ricky's Green Goblins. Seriously. I can't process it. I mean, they're just so horrible. They are just so bad on paper, but they are finding ways to win. It really is crazy. All right, I think we're all good. That's not perfect over there. Six again here for the Broncos. They will have the first opportunity. Another six again. Pain in the Haas. Storms forward. 30 metres out from the line here, the Broncos. Crash ball for Jordan Ricky, one of our try scorers. They stay down the short side. A risky pass there to Katoni Staggs. And Manly hold on. Manly have held on. Defended well there. Their first set of 6 under pressure. They've passed with flying colours. Manly bringing the ball out of territory. Loose there, risky stuff. Jake Trebojevic does well to bring it in. But in all seriousness, though, I'll calm down. As Manly attack the left-hand edge, well defended by the Broncos in the end. In all seriousness, I think Burton played himself out of any thought of Origin contention tonight. So these State of Origin teams are becoming easier to pick. Burton just played himself out. You could not pick him on the back of that. I had him in my team for his kicking game. But he was just so god-awful everywhere else, wasn't he? His kicking game was still on point tonight, but everything else was just so awful. I think he played himself well out of contention. Mind you, a few Bulldogs played themselves out of contention tonight, because if you lose to the Raiders, if your team loses to the Raiders, you have no right to be involved in conversation for representative duty. It's as simple as that. Coca-Cola at the back has spilt the ball. That's not the first time we've seen this happen tonight. We saw it from Connor Tracy earlier. And ultimately it led to a try for the Green Goblins. Can the Broncos benefit from this? Is there something in the lights out there at Suncorp tonight? No pressure at all on the kick chase. None. Should have been an easy take. Scrum down for the Broncos. 15 out. Ezra Mam in at first receiver. Payne in the Haas. Crashes it forward. 10 out. Quick play the ball. Numbers to the right here, the Broncos, but Ezra Mam has some white line Munster fever and goes on his own. Ollie is the best. Ahoy, mate. Welcome back. Madden, 2. Pia Quarter, and there's the first try, and it is off the back of a mistake. Pia Quarter is over, and the Broncos lead 4-0. It's going to be a painful old night for Manly, I'm fairly certain. Oh, Ellis, you got rid of Pia Quarter. Oh, no. Ollie is the best. Reed is shouting us a party. Nice. Party times. Four points to 0. Broncos, the home team. Eight minutes gone. What a start. What a start for the home side. They love these extra home games each year, the Broncos. Tony Staggs puts it over, and the Broncos lead 6 points to 0. Good start here at Suncorp for the Broncos. Manly get us back underway. They've given up the early lead. They probably couldn't afford that, really. Manly, I think their best chance at this match was to lead early. Run from the front. Manly have proven they're not a good team at chasing. Ollie is the best, says my girlfriend. Jacayla says, ahoy, ahoy. Up over halfway here, the Bronx, fifth and last. Sean Hewitt says, hi from New Zealand. Well, Sean from New Zealand, around here we say ahoy. Ahoy from across the ditch and welcome along, Sean. As the Broncos lead this game 6 points to nil early on. Manly find themselves struggling to find meters. Short side they go. Brooks. Brooks nearly goes through. Cherry Evans puts it high. How's the pressure on the kick chase? Oh, what pressure, says Corn on the Cob. And Corn on the Cobbo gets away from 1, 2, beats Brooks. Still going. Selwyn Cobbo can't get the ball free. Quick play the ball, though, on tackle 1. Oh, and now offside, Paseka. A clear penalty. Probably even 10 in the bin. That was plain as day there from Paseka, I'm afraid. Corn on the Cobbo with the kick return, though. Putting the Broncos right on the front foot. And I'm sorry, that is what you don't get out of Reece Walsh. Have you ever seen Reece Walsh do a kick return like that? No, because he doesn't have the size of Corn on the Cobbo. Reece Walsh, he's got speed, and that's about it. Selwyn Cobbo's got the power. He bumped off 1, 2, 3, 4. And he can tackle. Well, Manly, they're going to find it tough going now with a man in the bin. Broncos on the attack. 10 meters out. It could very well be what we can expect all weekend. The James. Magic round. It always tosses up something. I wasn't expecting the first upset of the week to be in the first game. Oh, that's loose out the back of Manly. Try to dive on a Corey Oates. Swoops in, though, and picks it up for the Broncos. They still have it. The threat is still there. Through the hands now. Double pump from Ezra Mam. And it goes out to the Big D. And the Big D will score for our first tick off the multi. Extends the lead for the Broncos. And we get a tick off the multi. The Big D is over. Double pump from Ezra Mam, and the Big D just slides on in. Yes, I know what I said, and I have no regrets, because that is a tick off the multi. Broncos lead 10-0. Kick to come. Mariner goes up to the top of the try scorers list for 2024, joint with Taruva and somebody else. Broncos well on top here in their home game. against Manly. From the sideline, Katoni Staggs. It's a more difficult kick, this one, than his first attempt. It's on target, though. Staggs hooking back. Stays on line. Staggs from the sideline converts. 12-0, the Broncos lead. Leanne Santa Rosa, ahoy there. How are you doing tonight? Ah, that's good. Good to hear. "13 minutes gone. Broncos leading 12 points to 0. Manly to get us back underway. This game is threatening to blow out. It really is. Ready for the Seagulls to get smashed. Well, it has started early, Leanne. Started nice and early. Broncos well on top here. Manly with Paseka in the sin bin. Hungry before dinner, says that Cobbo run. Tell me about it. You don't get that from Reece Walsh. Say what you will about Reece Walsh. He's very one-dimensional, rocks and diamonds player. He could not have made that play. Selwyn Cobbo has the power from the back. Once he gets those big legs up and running, Manly couldn't shut him down. They let the ball bounce here now, Manly, and this is pressure at the back again. And driven over the sideline. That is surely a second effort and a penalty. Surely. That's surely a penalty to Manly. The crowd, the home crowd can boo all they want, but that was surely a penalty for dragging over the sideline. That was pretty clear cut. The Suncorp crowd can boo all they want to, but that was pretty straight up, that one. Paseka's got 6 minutes left in the sin bin for Manly. They just have to navigate this period with as little damage as possible. Maybe strike on their own. Garrick chopped down, though. Ankle tap by Karapani. Up over halfway they go. They've got to keep this game interesting at least, Manly. What a statement it would be if they scored a try with a man in the pen. Brooks sends it out to the left. There's Talau. Staggs wraps him up. Fifth and last. 30 out here, Manly. Brooks puts it high. Cherry Evans is chasing. So is Coca-Cola. Cola's got it. Pops it back for Cherry Evans. It's a knock on, says the referee. How about that? Leanne Santa Rosa says, I'm guessing it'll be 42-0 at the end. The way that it's going, geez. Oh, but Broncos come up with a mistake. On halfway, here's an opportunity for Manly. Zero tackle. Good field position. They have to strike here, Manly. They have to hit back. DCE onto aioli sauce. Aioli sauce and banana. Jeez, not a combo I would have gone for. 6 again here for Manly. Jake Trebojevic has it in midfield. Looking a bit lethargic and clueless here, Manly. They've got a real opportunity, but no players in motion. Everyone's so flat-footed. Jake Trebojevic takes it back in field, settles it down for tackle 3. 15 out. Short ball almost puts Olakuatu through. Going from dummy half is Brooks, wrapped up and driven backwards. They get a 6 again here, Manly. This is their opportunity to strike. Cherry Evans out the back to Kohler. 10 out from the line. Tackle 2. Jakey. Walsh and Reynolds aren't playing, Leanne. They're both out injured. Brooks calling Olakuatu back on the inside. Takes on Ezra Mam. Throws him away. Olakuatu. Mam will come back at him. Bumps him off a second time. Why not? Brooks to DCE. Grubber kick in behind the line. Looking for Ben Trebojevic. It's set up, but he loses it over the dead ball line. 7 tackle set here for the Broncos. Well, it's tapped it dead off Brisbane. Goal line dropout it will be. Goal line dropout incoming. Oh no, 20-meter tap. 7 tackle set. What I called originally. My original call. That's exactly what it is. Broncos ball, 7 tackle set. Manly. Not looking good out there tonight. Carrigan takes it up for the Broncos. Tackle 2. They're almost at halfway. This is great field position. Madden, inside ball, Pierre quarter. Short side they go. Madden to Cobbo. Dummies. Goes through. Dummies again. Pops it back in field. And the Broncos lose it forward. Holy hell, Selwyn Cobbo's looking dangerous. This is amazing. Selwyn Cobbo has been wasted in the centres. He's getting involved from fullback. Looks like a brand new player. He has been a threat tonight. Every single touch. It's crazy. Selwyn Cobbo might have found his position, but the little princess plays in that position. So what's going to happen there? Paseka ready to come back onto the field. I think the Broncos are going to lose Cobbo because they've got all their money on the little fairy princess, Reece Walsh. They're not going to give up their poster boy. I reckon Selwyn Cobbo moves on to get the fullback money somewhere. 5th and last, Cherry Evans puts it high. Broncos have it. The salary cap squeeze, right? They can't keep everybody. They're throwing their entire machine behind Reece Walsh. I think Selwyn Cobbo will be moving on. Selwyn Cobbo at the Roosters to when Tedesco retires. That'll be interesting. Cobbo at the back for the Roosters. Madden, but I should timestamp that just in case it actually happens, and I can be like, heard it here first. Ball pops up nicely for the Seagulls. trailing 12 points to nil. Walsh at centre, but then he would whine. And you also need people who can tackle at centre, is the problem. Because I said the other week that maybe Walsh will eventually make the Darren Lockyer transition into the halves once he learns how to play. But then I thought, no. I mean, Darren Lockyer had flaky defence, but Jesus Christ, little Reese Weesey, he is next level flaky defence, isn't he? So I don't know about that. It's a little early in his career to tell, I suppose. He's got a lot of development to do. He could end up absolutely anywhere, or he could just as easily go the way of Ash Taylor. We all remember Ash Taylor, right? The next best thing in Queensland Rugby League. Kick him behind the line. Ah, right. That's how the whole conversation started, is it, Nate? Oh, Nate! Jesus Christ, mate. Did you see? Obviously, you would have seen it. Why am I asking? Everyone else. Did everyone else see the Eurovision song winner breaking the trophy? How do you break the trophy, for God's sake? Hilarious. I mean, he was waving the goddamn thing around like there was no tomorrow. It was brilliant because on the footage that I saw, you didn't actually see the trophy break, but you heard the shattering sound through the microphone. Fifth and last here for Manly. Cherry Evans puts the kick in low and flat towards the sideline, and over the sideline it goes. Just trying to get some momentum back here, Cherry Evans. That's what that kick was all about. It might seem weird, but that was just all about keeping the Broncos pinned down here, resetting the defensive line. $15 and a half to go in the first 40. So all Broncos so far here at Fortress Suncorp. Now, the other thing I was talking about was it'll be interesting to see the contract is coming up apparently for Manly. So basically, for those who don't know, as the Broncos come up with a mistake, dropped ball here from Payne in the Haas, just over halfway. And this is good field position for Manly, but they've given me no faith that they can actually do anything with it. They really haven't. So for those who are unaware, Manly, this is a home game for Manly. Despite the fact it's at Suncorp Stadium, Manly have chosen to sell this game to the Broncos. It links around Magic Round. Magic Round has been extended for 3 more years. Magic Round at Suncorp will continue for 3 more years. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, the contract, the deal between Manly and Brisbane is expiring. So we might see somebody new in the coming years at Magic Round. Traditionally, it's been Manly in a home game against Broncos. But we'll see. We'll see if they renew that contract. Because they've had no success in terms of the win-losses. Manly, have they? As Cherry Evans takes tackle 4, 15 out. Here's an opportunity. They get a 6 again. Golden opportunity now. Brooks dummies and is pumped by Carrigan. Oh, it was almost a rock bottom by Pat Carrigan. Manly still have some tackles up their sleeve. They go left. There's Brooks. Crash ball to Ben Trebojevic. 13 minutes remain. Brooksy in at first receiver. Cut out pass out to Olakau'atu. Spills it backwards. Cherry Evans collects it. 10 meters out now. Brooks crossfield kick. Taken in the air and spilled backwards. It's still there. Lawton picks it up, but he's short of the line. Broncos defend well. Will have this centimeters out from their own line. DJ Shack says Manly have won just the once against the Broncos in Magic Round. That was in 2021. Was that the year that everyone beat the Broncos? 2021, I feel like it might have been. Benson Caper. Selwyn has to prove himself now at fullback. Well, I think he's done, honestly, he's done it already in the first 27 minutes. In the first 27 minutes, Selwyn Cobbo has done more in this game, in my opinion, than Reece Walsh has done in his entire career for the Broncos. Fifth and last here, Broncos. Madden puts the kick in. Finds space behind the Manly defenders. Eleven and a half minutes to go. Waz fan, ahoy there. It's not been the happiest of years to be a Waz supporter. That's for sure. The Red Knight, ahoy mate. Through the hands now, Cherry Evans out to Garrick. Garrick gets on the outside, puts the kick in. Cobbo is there, well positioned. Oh, he spills it. It's gone backwards, though. Now look at this kick return from Selwyn Cobbo. A monster of a hit from Vega. But that was still a good kick return under pressure there from Cobbo. Absolutely, Nate. I think I probably said it last week as well, if this was a topic of conversation. Absolutely wasted in the centres. Selwyn Cobbo, a complete waste. I think the Broncos lose him. I don't see how they keep him. I really don't. Because he's not a centre. The dude is just wasted in the centres. He's such a dynamic player on the wing. Showing tonight that he can play fullback. I think the Broncos lose him because they'll choose Walsh. Walsh is the poster boy. Walsh is so much more than just the game on the field, which is sad. Very, very sad to say. But obviously, from a business perspective, those sorts of things come into it. So they're going to stick with Walsh. Walsh is the fullback. If Cobbo gets the itch, if he plays out there tonight, continues playing the way he is and goes, this is great. This is what I want week in, week out, they will lose him. He'll go somewhere where he can play fullback. Someone once showed me how the Colonel Sanders logo looks like he has a big head with stick figure arms and legs, and now I can't unsee it. There's another one too. Is it the Chicago Bulls logo that looks like a crab? Eight minutes 40 to go to the halftime break. Waz fan asks who's replacing Cleary. Jack Cole. Jack Cole started for the Panthers in the World Club Challenge. He'll be starting again in Magic Round. Reason being that the first choice backup, Brad Schneider, is also out injured for the Panthers. Bulls looks like a robot angrily reading a book when turned upside down. Holy crap. It does. It really does. Wow. That is insane. All right, I'll stop staring at that now because it's starting to look weird. Than normal. Cherry Evans down the left-hand edge to go. Manly, some space has opened up, but that's a terrible pass. Jackson Paulo was never going to be able to catch that. Manly just can't string it together at the moment. Waz fan asks who's halfback for Origin. Well, Mitchell Moses, I would assume. Catch you later, Gamer Mel. Thanks for swinging by, as always. I still find it... I'm not going to share our life story again, but it's I still find it fascinating that there you are. Error here from the Broncos with 6.5 to go till the break. Hetherington has spilt it. Cheeky little strip there from Manly, I think, but they get away with it. The Sea Eagles, they have to make them pay here. They have to strike. Scrum down on halfway. Brooks has it in midfield. The crash ball to Lodge. Well defended, Broncos. Nothing doing here. 5.5 minutes to go until the halftime break. Alan Calatoni, catch later, mate. Through the hands they go. Needed to give the pass. Tommy Talau decided to run on his own. Lodge again to DCE. Brooks, cut out pass to Vega. Vega cuts back in field. 10 out from the line here, Manly. Big line up to the left. The inside ball to Lodge. Lodge spills it backwards and now lost forward by Chen Kumtong. Nightmare of a start continues here for Manly. The Broncos, they just continue to hold on here and repel this Manly attack, which is not really offering all that much, to be perfectly honest. Piacora's on report. Jeez, is that just a late notification that he was on report for that professional foul earlier? Don't tell me he's on report again, Piacora. Oh no, wait a minute. I'm getting Piacora mixed up with Paseka. Never mind. Up over halfway. Go the Broncos. Ezra Mam. Nate says, I'd say these are the worst Broncos jerseys, but I vaguely remember a blue Abomination at some point. But I've been through therapy to unsee that. The kick over the top is lost forward by the Big D. And into touch. Manly off the hook. I think they did. Yeah, they did have a blue jersey at some point. It's all right. I won't put it on the screen. I'm just looking it up now for my own memory. Yeah, just for my own benefit. There definitely was one though. I mean, it wasn't all blue, but it was. It sort of had like a blue Oh, it is all blue. Okay. Yeah. Right. Yeah, that's shit. There's no sugarcoating that. That's terrible. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I kind of wish I'd never seen that too, and I don't even like the Broncos. Fifth and last, Cherry Evans puts it high. And Oates has it at the back. Slips, maintains his feet though. 2 minutes to go till the break. Plays just sort of slowed down here. Broncos, they're content with their 12-0 lead, and they absolutely should be. Manly need to make all the plays if they're going to get back into this. Jock Madden on halfway. Dummies is wrapped up and driven backwards. Fifth and last, Broncos on halfway. A minute and a half to go till halftime. Mam just puts the kick into the corner. Oh, they've made a mess of this at the back. Manly, no knock on. Jeez, they look at a complete loss out there, Manly. This is craziness. A big charge now for Manly. Who is that? What a run there. Now they go through the hands to the left. Talau's got it. Beats one defender. Still going. Tommy Talau. Ben Trebojevic in at dummy half. Lodge throws a shocker of a pass out wide. They do well to hold on to it, Manly. Olakuatu plays it on fifth and last. Cherry Evans puts the kick up, looking for Ruben Garrick. Garrick takes it, can't get the offload away. It's still fifth and last. The grubber kick, well positioned there. Selwyn caught on the Cobbo, and the Broncos have it, and that will surely see us into halftime. No vision there from Coca-Cola. He kicked it straight forward. Crossfield kick, surely. If you have the vision to look up and see that the fullback is standing in that corner, Cobbo was actually out of position there. He got away with that big time. Because Cola could have put... Anyway, no point banging on about it. Malcolm, Ahoy, mate. Nate says that Manly has the most mid fan base in the NRL. They ain't the Titans, Storm or Tigers, but far from the Eels, Broncos, Rabbits, Sharks, Cowboys, and Knights either. 12 points to 0. It's a bit of a flat game, this one, to be honest. The Broncos started with a hiss and a roar. It looked like it was really threatening to be a runaway. But Manly, I suppose, they've... Don't know what to say. Have Manly done well to hold on? Or are the Broncos just not getting the killer blows in? So, 12 points to 0 probably deserves to be so much more, to be honest. We'll see what the second half brings. I'll have myself a quick break. We'll be back after this. Wasted World of Sports. 12 points to 0 here. Magic round continues. Broncos leading Manly. Ricky's Green Goblins with the upset of the round. Who'd have thought the first upset that we would see would be the first game? Can't believe it. But yes, Raiders over the Bulldogs in the first game. Broncos, as expected, up at halftime here against Manly. Second half to come right after this. All right, back. Sean Johnson declined the offer to move to the Roosters. Yes, he did. Well, I think he's at the stage of his career, honestly, where money is not really... Who cares? Sean Johnson at this stage of his career, not driven by money, for sure. J. Joe says, good. I hope more leave the Roosters too. Well, more are leaving the Roosters. The Roosters, after this year, they're going to be down Waria Hargraves. Manu's leaving. Swally, he's leaving. I'll try again. JWH is off. Manu's off. Swally, he's leaving. They're down some players. I don't understand why they even went for David Fifita in the first place, but they did. Mind you, I can't understand why Penrith went for him either. I suppose Fifita's a dynamic player if he has his head in the game, but I'm just not convinced that he's capable of being an 80-minute player. And teams like the Panthers and the Roosters demand that level of commitment, don't they? So yeah, it was interesting for... Look, maybe both teams went, we can bring the best out of David Fifita. Maybe. He's not an 80-minute player at the moment. He doesn't have that level of commitment, but we can smack it into him. Maybe that's what they were thinking when they went after him. Who knows? It was interesting, though. Either way, apparently, he used it all as leverage for the Titans. I mean, I say that. I don't know if he got upgraded at the Titans or if it was just the activation extended what he was already on. I can't imagine that he would have got an upgrade. They wouldn't have the money for it, you would think. But anyway, I mean, staying on $1 million a year versus going to another club, having to do a lot more work and earning less money because he would have been on 800 or so. I can understand. I would have backflipped as well. Hang on. $1 million a year and I get September's off? Yes, please. Yes, please. I don't need to do all that extra work. If you're willing to pay me that, I'm willing to stay. God damn it. Sometimes it's not all about winning and premierships, you know? It's a lot of drinking money right there. But anyway, I think the Broncos are about to have some conversations themselves. Selwyn Cobbo, Tony Staggs. I think the centres are really... The centres in rugby league these days, I remember a time... This is actually a really interesting topic of conversation. Because there was a time where centres were... they were your really quality players, yeah? You needed a quality centre in your squad. Your spine and your forwards and everything, yes, they were still the core of your team, your spine especially. Why would he get September's off? Because the Titans don't qualify for the finals. UFC. And the finals are in September. I hope. I hope they are. Otherwise, that joke just fell flat on his face. Anyway, what was I talking about before UFC distracted me? Centers. Yeah, centers. They're not that important anymore. Your centers are basically there to defend well and just shuffle the ball along. So Selwyn Cobbo's wasting in the centres. He's proving himself tonight capable of playing fullback. He could go somewhere and earn the fullback money. Tony Staggs, he's got a little bit more value, I suppose, he's proving tonight that he's a goal kicker as well. Well, I can't say proving tonight. We already knew that about him, but again, a Cobbo-Staggs centre combination is wasted at the Broncos. They would both Cobbo and Staggs would have to be willing to stay at the Broncos for severe unders if they're going to stay there. I think looking through that Broncos squad, they are the players that are in danger of the Broncos losing. Cobbo and Staggs. Cobbo would be the number one target, I dare say, because Staggs has fallen off a little bit. I can't help but notice that ever since he got selected for Origin, Tony Staggs got selected that year for State of Origin, and he just hasn't really been the same player ever since. So that's interesting. But yeah, Cobbo, I think, will be the first one that other teams will target. No, he's still here, Malcolm. He changes his name every stream to try and hide from James, which is completely fair enough. I don't understand why James has it in for him so badly. I really don't. But yeah, he changes his name now. Every time I pop on, he's got a different name. But you know it's him from the avatar. He changes his name, but the avatar never changes. Gaz, here's some Ahoy, mate. How are you doing? 12 points to 0 here. An intriguing start to Magic Round. An upset first up. Big upset. The Raiders pulling off the upset win over the Bulldogs earlier tonight, and the Broncos only leading by 12-0 in this one. Could have been ahead by so much more. I'm not really into boxing, to be honest, Gaz. Malcolm, just going back a bit, Malcolm says at the stage, money doesn't matter unless you're Sonny Bill Williams. Well, to be honest, Sonny Bill Williams, he's a pretty unique, isn't he? Sure, I don't think we can compare the situations between Shaun Johnson and Sonny Bill. I mean, Sonny Bill is just one of those naturally freakish athletes who's capable of doing what he's done. Shaun Johnson could not command that level of attraction and money when it comes to corporate sponsorships and whatnot. So I completely get what you're saying, but totally different scenarios. I think Shaun Johnson is smart enough to understand that himself as well. Sea Eagles are looking bloody terrible, Gaz. Goddamn awful. This might be their worst 40 minutes of the year so far, to be honest. Well, no. I'll take that back. Their worst 40 minutes of the year so far was when they let the Raiders run them down. I will stand by that to the death, that the Raiders, on paper, are the worst team in the competition this year. So if you lose to the Raiders, you've got an immediate red line through you. And Manly earned themselves that red line the other week. So that was clearly their worst 40 minutes. But they've been pretty bad. Pretty bad. The fact that it's only 12 points to nil, I'm perplexed. The Broncos should have this game in the bag already. Maybe about 30 points up. But anyway, second half about to get underway. Broncos leading 12 points to nil. A well-deserved lead. Could have been so much more. And we need some tries in the second half, that's for sure. I still need Talau, Ricky or DCE, Mam or Cobbo. Both teams back out onto the paddock for the second 40 minutes Magic Round night number 1. Why is it not a full house tonight at Magic Round? That's interesting, that is. Manly will get the second half underway shortly. Cherry Evans has got the tee, ready to kick off. Let's go. Second half. Broncos will have first use of it. And it's Xavier Willison with the first hit up. Firmly in control of this contest here, the Broncos. Out to the left they go. Hetherington holds onto the ball this time. Piacora takes tackle for 30 out from their own line here. Carrigan. Fifth and last. Well defended there from Manly. First up from inside the 40. Madden gets the kick away. Straight down the throat of the Manly fullback. Coca-Cola. And this is great field position for Manly. They earned that off defense. They tackled well. They tackled strong. Down the short side. Brooks puts the step on. Ed Vogel, ahoy mate. Magic Round's been crazy so far. An upset in game number 1. Big upset. Now Cherry Evans sends it out wide to the right. They were a chance there, Manly. Couldn't get the ball free. 5th and last. They stay on that short side. DCE puts it high. Oh, Selwyn Cobbo take a bow. Selwyn Cobbo flying through the air. Takes the ball. That was a take. Broncos ball. J. Joe, Tyson versus Paul. How many rounds before Paul is snoring? Geez, I don't know, mate. Look, whether you like or dislike the Paul brothers, smart. They're smart. They own social media. Mike Tyson's got nothing left to prove. He's what? How old is Mike? He's so old now. He's got nothing left to prove. He's got nothing to gain from winning. I'm sorry, but Mike has taken a cool payout to take a fall in this one. Those Paul brothers know what they're doing, man. They're smart. Love them or hate them, they are smart cookies. And Jake's not taking a fight that he may lose. So I hate to break it to you all, but they're smart. Penalty hit at Manly. A high shot there on Ben Trebojevic. Matt Lodge bobbles the ball in midfield. No, it's actually getting sanctioned, UFC. Which is just trying to lend some legitimacy to it, of course. Through the hands now. And Jackson Paulo collects it. They're 5 meters out from the line. Another penalty to Manly. Late contact. Oh, jeez. Don't know about that. But anyway, it is a penalty to Manly. They need to strike here. Ed Vogel says, congrats for the women's Blues team. The Sky Blues, that would be. Winning game 1 at Suncorp. The tries were awesome too. I did have it on in the background. J. Joe. I'd be lying if I said I watched it though. Hopefully, it's a little bit of a precursor to the proper state of origin. Oh God, that's going to get me cancelled. To the men's state of origin. Hopefully, we see a similar result. 12-0 here. Broncos leading Manly, but it's Manly a full set of 6. 10 out from the line. DCE with the inside ball. Broncos defense holding firm though. Brooks to Talau. Wrapped up 5 meters out. Ben Trebojevic in to dummy half. Brooks at first receiver. Jakey DCE steps around one. Change of direction for Cherry Evans. Tackle 4, 10 metres out from the line. Manly still on the attack. Inside ball. Half a gap opens up for Moser. Gets the ball back. Forward, says the referee. Manly just forcing things there. Manly have just got nothing. It's crazy. Give me $5. Ahoy, mate. How are you doing? Broncos with the ball back. Big defense from Manly in midfield, though, as the Bronx try and clear their own line. This game is firmly in their control. They don't want to do... straight through now. It opens up some space for the Big D. Back up towards halfway. Ed Vogel says, Wayne official to Souths. Yes, Ed. Play on, Broncos. Come away with it? No, knock on, says the referee. Yeah, Wayne to the Souths official, which I don't mind saying we called here on the Generations podcast quite a few weeks ago. Now, obviously it's not... Oh, Ezra Mam's limping off the field. Keep an eye on this, Ezra. With the trainer, it looked like he was being escorted off the field. More injuries for the Broncos. Jeez. It couldn't possibly be, could it? No, he's still out there. There he is, in at first receiver, Ezra Mam. Amos McKeely, or Mikhail. Amos McKay, intercepted by Cherry Evans. He can't get away from the defense, but Manly have it back on halfway. They're not out of this yet. Coca-Cola out to Talau. Talau's dumped on his back. Big defense from the Broncos. Been the story of the night. Big defense from the Bronx. Manly are just not really offering up anything on attack. Brooks in at first receiver. Coca-Cola puts the grubber kick in. That's all they could resort to. And Corn on the Cobos at the back there to tap it dead. Line drop out here for the Bronx. Ed Vogel, do you reckon Manly make the top 8? Oh, jeez. Yeah, well, the Raiders are currently sitting in the top 8. They'll drop out. So there's opportunities within the 8. They could still make it, but what I'm seeing tonight from Manly, they've got nothing. They're offering nothing on attack. It's just been dire to watch. The Broncos are defending with ease, and I do not put that down to the Broncos' defense. Manly are just offering no variety on attack. Well, Jesus Christ. Just as I say that, Ruben Garrick cuts back through. Ruben Garrick cuts back through on the inside line. And Manly, with a play variation, their first one of the night, score a try. And I now look like a complete tit. Thank you, Manly. Thank you. Well, that was about as far forward as you could possibly throw a ball. But anyway, Ruben Garrick has scored. The absolute last place in the world that can blow up about a forward pass being allowed to play on is Suncorp Stadium, I tell ya. Try confirmed, 12 points to 4, Manly back in it. Gaz Hearsum says, who would you rather run it straight at in their prime? Steve Matai or George Taufua? Well, I don't know who George Taufua is, to be perfectly honest, so let's say him. But he still sounds like a big unit. Conversion from Garrick from right beside the post, puts it over, and Manly are not out of this one just yet. 29 minutes to go. We saw what happened with Ricky's Green Goblins in the prior game. What can happen if you just hang in? Just hang in. Stay close. Anything could happen yet. Especially if you're allowed to throw the ball that far forward. Broncos get us back underway. 12 points to 6. Plenty of time left on the clock. This game has suddenly got a little bit of life about it. DJ Shack says Rebels and Chiefs tied. 23 all. 3.5 left. Well, that's insane. Chiefs obviously resting some players for the finals, I'm assuming. Cherry Evans gets the offload. Manly go up over halfway. No, they're at full strength. Jeez, what's going on? They're just really sucking, apparently. Fifth and last, Manly, 30 out from the line. Brooks on the blind side, puts the kick up. There's no kick chase. Cobbo takes it with ease and runs away. Selwyn Cobbo just brought down by Holy Moly Olakau'atu. That was a potential try saver there from Olakau'atu. Corn on the Cobbo was away. Broncos rocked in the defense here. Corey Oates. Weather. Pissing down, is it? There you go. I know nothing about it. Up over halfway. Carrigan takes fifth and last. Madden puts it high. How's the kick chase? Pretty solid pressure on Kohler. Kohler does well to take it. But with 27 minutes to go, Manly 15 out from their own line. Expansive play. Tommy Talau cuts back in field. Ben Trebojevic loses it. That's a huge error. The hit forcing the mistake. Golden opportunity here for the Broncos. That is such a big mistake there from Ben Trebojevic. Blake Moser. Right under the ribs. What a hit. 26 minutes, 20 to go. Broncos. That could go a long way to sealing this deal with a try here. 30 out from the line. Mam's not at 100%. We saw it earlier. Ezra was potentially being escorted from the field. He is just shuffling the ball along. As the Broncos come up with a mistake, Brooks swoops on the loose ball. Talau's got it now. Fends away from one. Manly have the ball. That's another huge mistake there. Olakau'atu runs straight over the top of Blake Moser. He thought he put in a big hit that forced the error before, but Moser there his eyes lit up a little bit too much. I think it was Moser. Picked the wrong target that time. Ellis asks, how is Xavier Willison going? He's going all right. Straight through goes Paseka. Loose out the back. That'll be 6 more tackles. Oh, that's got to be a captain's challenge. That's 6 more tackles. Referee's called a knock on. Challenge it. DCE, challenge it. Jerry Evans is not interested in the challenge. Oh, boy. And they would have won that one. They would have won that challenge. DCE didn't want to know about it for some reason. There is one time the forwards would have got the captain's challenge correct. 24 minutes remaining. Both sides. The errors are starting to creep in here. Carrigan inside 2. Payne in the Haas. Broncos 35 out from the line. Oh, terrible service out the back behind Mam. It goes, and now it's scrappy for Piacora. Waste of a tackle there, but they still have a few up their sleeve. Broncos midfield, tackle 4, 30 out. Carrigan cuts back in field, bumps off Jake Trebojevic, takes on Ben Trebojevic. Trebojevic is a Russ here. The Manly Seagulls. Everywhere you turn, there's a Trebojevic. 5th and last, short side they go. The grubber kicks a shocker. It goes through the legs, though, of Brooks, and now it's towed on. And there is Holy Moly Olakuatu to collect the ball just inside the dead ball line, and it will be a goal line dropout here for Manly. How did that even get close for the Broncos? More ass than class, which is typical of them. Let's be honest. More ass than class. Olakuatu limping back into position. And Manly go long with this dropout. Payne Haas tries to trap it with the boot. Fails. It pops up, though, for the Broncos, luckily. They get the bounce, always. 40 out from the line, back on the attack. Carrigan wrapped up in midfield for tackle 2. 22 left. 6 again. Oh, that's crucial. That's big. That's big. 22 remain. 20 meters out from the line. Carrigan to Madden. Ricky tries to cut back inside. He's wrapped up. 10 out from the line here. Broncos still on the attack. Carrigan in midfield. They keep it alive now out to the left. Stepping back in field, but chopped down. Well tackled. Don't know who that was. Oh, Karapani. Tackle 4. Broncos still on the attack. 5 out from the line now. Madden puts the grubber kick in. It might be a little too heavy, but Kohler makes a play at it. And it's another goal line dropout. It'll be another set of 6 to pressure the Manly line. The James says ruck infringements will be interesting come State of Origin. Absolutely. To see if they actually get called or not would be the most interesting thing. Payne Haas again takes the dropout. Manly have gone deep once more. This really has been a dire old game. Broncos should have had it won in the first half. really, to be honest. Short side they go. Cobbo goes on a dart. Well wrapped up. Oh, he's looked threatening every time. Selwyn Cobbo. Carrigan now in midfield. Dummies. Goes on his own. Can't get the arms free. It's tackle 4. 10 metres out. Corey Jensen takes the 5th and last. Payne Haas is off. Oh, Jesus Christ. Payne Haas is off. Payne Haas is being escorted off the field by the trainers. The kick into the end goal. It'll be a 7-tackle set now for Manly. But the big story here, Payne Haas, the gun forward for the Blues, is being carried off the field by 2 trainers. He cannot put weight on that left ankle, and they've lost another one, the Blues. The Blues have lost another Origin star. Payne Haas was an automatic selection in the forward pack. Forget about it now. And this is what I always say. Oh, UFC had a go at me, like he always does. How is it too early to pick Origin squads? It's two or 3 weeks away. There's your answer, mate. Another injury. You don't pick Origin squads until the medicals, before the teams need to get announced. It's way too early for Origin, because there goes another one. Payne Haas out. He can't even put weight on that ankle. 5th and last here. Manly, crossfield kick. And it's lost forward there by Ruben Garrick. Broncos hold on again. Kamikaze. Pain in the ass. Manly need a game breaker. They need a Tommy Turbo in a situation like this. They're only trailing by 6 points. They're not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. Oh, it's the knee. It's the knee, is it? Well, either way, he can't put any weight on that left leg. 5th and last, Madden puts it high. It's a good kick chase, but Manly come down with it. They're hanging on in here, Manly. And look at what we saw from that Raiders game earlier. If you just hang in, doesn't matter if you've got the star players or not. Your squad can be shithouse on paper, just like the Raiders are, and you can still win. A kick on tackle 4 here from Brooks. Is out on the full. Well, that's a let-off. That's a huge let-off. Brooks puts it out on the full. Under no pressure. What a huge let-off. This is for the Broncos. They've just lost one of their gun forwards. And so Luke Brooks puts it out on the full. On tackle 4. Broncos have it now. 30 out from the line. That was a huge... That's probably the biggest mistake of the game. Broncos, 10 metres out from the line. A couple of tackles up their sleeve. Carrigan backs into the defence. Takes the 5th and last. Crash ball. Probably not the option there. And Jensen's wrapped up. That was not the right option there. Manly have it, though. They've got to go length of the field. I mean, surely the Broncos are not shutting up shop, just trying to defend this lead. You would think. Surely. 15 minutes left is a long time. Jake Duke, the sideline commentator, just said Haas has suffered an ankle injury. He also said that Haas had a similar injury last year. So there you go. It was the ankle. I was right. Or we're both wrong. Both Jake and I are both wrong. Jake Trebojevic out the back to Brooks. Kohler. Talau. Well tackled by the Big D. The Big D smashed him front on. Fifth and last now, Manly. Jerry Evans. High into the corner. Broncos have the ball back. Oh, Selwyn Cobbo, what a run. Gone on the cob. Up towards halfway go the Broncos. Fifth and last. 40 out from the line. Broncos unconvincing, but still on top. High ball to the corner. Moving forward and taking it well is Jackson Paulo. Haven't had much to say about Jackson Paulo tonight. Well, what the hell is this? All right, I've just been given an alert on my phone from Fox Sports. Now some space opens up for Manly. This is what they've been waiting for. Ezra Mam attacking Ruben Garrick, but Garrick beats him. Support in field. He puts the kick in instead, and it goes over the sideline. The pass was the... Tackle 2, you great big idiot. Tackle 2. It would have been tackle 3. Take the tackle. Oh, jeez. What a great big goof. Go for the pass. You put the kick in and it goes over the sideline. Shocking call there from Ruben Garrick. Oh dear, what a shocker. That was the worst play of the game. Quite honestly. I mean, that was horrible. That overtakes Valame the other week. All right, so this has just popped up. Scotty Scheffler, the world's best golfer, has been reportedly arrested outside of Valhalla hours before his second tee time at the PGA Championship. Stifler's mom. Fifth and last, the kick down to Jackson Paulo again. Manly have bombed some opportunities out here. Jeez, 11 and a half to go. It's been not convincing, which would be unconvincing, I suppose. It's been unconvincing from both teams. Brooks now out. They've got numbers again to the right here. The Manly Seagulls. Vega cuts back in field. Dummies. Runs over the top of Combo. Tackle 4. 10 out from the line. Front football. Brooks feeds it on to 6 more tackles they get, and now they've spilt it on tackle 1. That's got to be a penalty. Do they play advantage and come back, or is that advantage over? They do come back for the penalty. Lucky. They spilled it there. Jackson Paulo out wide, but this could be a net result advantage for Manly. Ten and a half minutes to go. 6 points the difference. Manly will have the penalty, 10 out from the line. They tap and go. Aioli Sauce takes the charge. Just to the left of the uprights here, 2 meters out. Manly. How are they still in this game? Cherry Evans tapped on now, and they must score, surely. And it is Vega diving over and scoring. And a chance now. Cherry Evans will have the kick to tie this game up. Can you believe it? This has so many similarities to the last game. Manly, much like the Raiders, have absolutely no right to still be in this contest. And yet here we are. A conversion attempt to potentially tie this ball game up. You can't believe it. This becomes such an important kick from Garrick. It's on target. It stays in. It's over. It's 12 points all. We are somehow all locked up. Manly will surely start to believe. We are all locked up at 12 all. Don't tell me we've got another upset on the cards here. We can't possibly. What a finish we've got. 8.5 minutes remaining, 12 points all. This is insane. Through the hands, Manly. They've got the confidence. They're stretching them on that right-hand edge again. Coca-Cola takes tackle 3. They've got some faith down that side of the field, Manly. They are really attacking that side of the field. The Broncos under the pump. 5th and last. Cobbo loses it out the back. It's gone backwards. Lucky for the Broncos. Well positioned there. Karapani to secure the loose ball. That would have been massive. We are now well and truly in drop goal territory. So who have you got? Can Jock Madden kick drop goals? We know DCE can. Is Madden capable? Carrigan, 5th and last, just shy of halfway. Madden puts it high. Straight down the middle of the field. No mistakes. It's the order of the day now. They're going to risk it though, Manly. Kohler pops the pass up for Paulo. They've got themselves back into the game. Here comes Payne in the Huss. With his knees strapped up, noticeably. So, I wonder what it actually is. 6.5 minutes remain. Brooks now to Ben Trebojevic. Charging forward. Just short of halfway. Paseka. Dragging defenders with him. Fifth and last. 40 out. Cherry Evans. No thought of the field goal yet. Puts it high. Pressure on the kick chase. Cobbo does extremely well. And now the kick return from Cobbo. He falls on his ass. And the Broncos will start this 30 metres out from their own line. The Big D. Caught in midfield. No penalties here from Manly. No 6 against. Tackle 3 on the Broncos. Manly have the momentum, to be honest. Carrigan takes tackle 4 on halfway. 5.5 minutes remain. Now Ezra Mam runs to the line. The cutout pass in behind the Big D and wraps him up. And a penalty! A penalty to the Broncos! That is a huge penalty in the context of this one. With 5 minutes remaining. And that might be a harsh call. That might be a homer call, that one. I need to see the replay. That could be the homer of all homers. Oh, come on. Come on. Oh, wow. A little bit of Canberra milk going on there. Four minutes, 47 to go. Broncos, do they set themselves up for a drop goal? They're 25 out from the line. Big run now from Payne Haas. Had the arms free, no support. Jensen. Yeah, they're thinking droppy, I think. Just these one-out runs. Set up in the pocket now is Madden. It goes back to him. Madden takes the snapper, drop goal. Over she goes. Broncos lead 13-12. It's a little bit early for mine. But I suppose you've got to take the points when they're on offer. 4 minutes remaining is still enough sets for Manly to have a go themselves. (13-12) Broncos lead. Still 4 minutes remaining. Still a couple of sets. McGregor, Orchard, Ahoy. Short restart here from Manly, and they've knocked it on. I don't know what that was all about. There's 4 minutes remaining. There's 4 minutes left in the game. You're trailing by 1 point. I don't think short restart was the option. That was stupidity. They're only going to chew up a minute having their set of 6. Instead, you give them the ball back on halfway. Or 40 metres out from their own line. Well, that was stupid from Manly. The Goofy Awards are stacking up tonight. I'll tell you what. Every time I think I've seen the most stupid thing ever, something else happens. 3 minutes remain. The Broncos now can get themselves into a position to just pop it dead. Or, well, they probably won't even do that. They'll just take the tackle, I suspect. As Cobbo spills it. That's not what they needed, but still, they're at the right end of the field with 2.5 minutes remaining. Manly putting themselves under unnecessary pressure. But I suppose the way that it's turned out, they'll be starting this set of 6 probably where they would be had they defended and taken the kick. No, we missed out. McGregor, Josh Adokar could not get across the line. Scrum down, Manly, 20 out from their own line. 2 minutes remaining. They will have essentially one set of 6. Cherry Evans from dummy half. That's got to be a penalty. It's not. There was no way the Broncos markers were square there. Garrick dummies, holds the pass up. Well read there by Karapani. 3 tackles burnt already. He was close a couple of times, McGregor. Painfully close. But in the first half. Now it's through the hands. Cherry Evans at the back to Coca-Cola. Tommy Talau wrapped up. 5th and last. Can Manly pull the trigger on a 2-point drop goal? No, they can't. Cherry Evans wildly off target. And the Broncos will have the ball. 1.5 minutes to go. And this will be the slowest set of 6 the Broncos have ever had. Although Cobbo shrugs off 1, 2, runs over the top of Garrick, but Garrick holds on. Puts him down for tackle 2. They might get one last shot at it here, Manly. 1 tackle. Halfway through their set here, the Bronx. Carrigan. Manly have got to get the ball back ASAP. They'll have 1 play at it. Payne Haas shrugs off 1, shrugs off 2, keeps the ball alive now for Staggs. Staggs kicks into the end goal. Needs it to sit up, it goes dead. Oh, that was a terrible play. Why did Staggs do that? A 7 tackle set is irrelevant. A 7 tackle set's irrelevant when there's only 30 seconds left, but he's given them the field position. 20 out from their own line. Here we go. This is it now for Manly. 12 seconds. They've got to go the length of the field, essentially. Coast to coast. Brooks out the back to DCE. Holy moly, Olaquatu's wrapped up, and that'll be the game. He can't get the arms free. Well defended for the Broncos. 13 points to 12. The Broncos get the win. The Broncos, Jock Madden puts the droppy over for Manly. So many wasted opportunities. Well, we weren't even close on the same game multi on that one. Not even close. And the Broncos get the job done just. It was far from convincing. Manly nearly pulled off an absolute miracle here at Suncorp. $13 points to 12. They've held on. It's been an odd night, J-Joe. Both games extremely bizarre. A very intriguing opening night of Magic Rounds. All right, West to Water Sports. We obviously have a massive weekend of rugby league coming up. So there's not going to be a whole lot in terms of pre-games and post-games really this weekend because there's just so much happening. I spotted some food at halftime. I cannot wait any longer. I have to go and devour it. It's as simple as that. Lyrics, ahoy, mate. So, we'll be back tomorrow. All the Magic Round games already queued up, ready to roll. All the streams, they are sitting there waiting. So, if you would like to head to the Waste of World of Sports channel, I've got everything. Everything's all scheduled out. ready to roll. So Titans, Knights. Oh, geez. I mean, that's one of those games where you really, really sort of go, I hope I don't regret getting up early to cover this game. But we've got Titans versus Knights, and then there'll be a little bit of a break. And then Sharks, Roosters, Rabbitohs, Cowboys for your Super Saturday on Magic Round. Thank you so much for your company for this one. A big upset in the first game. Almost another upset. But the Broncos hold on. 13-12. They get the victory. I'll see you guys tomorrow, yes? Until then, cheers.
Wasted world of sports, eh?
Oh, he's copped a head right to the nuts. Tedesco's butt crack. Ahoy! He's nearly taken security's head off.
I have no idea what the wasted world of sports is.